Crown Bet is back in the game. Built for the big moments in racing and sport. From a name you know. Bet with Crown Bet today.
Chances are you're about to lose.
Progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins. All for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
Well, welcome back to the Aussie Millions. My name is Ben Blaschke, here with Paul Curry. Paul is just trying to get his headset working. Look, we apologise for the delays in this live stream over the past 24 hours or so. We've had a few technical issues. Well, as you can see, we've resolved some of the stream. We currently do not have the RFID working, but we will be broadcasting to you without whole cards for the time being. But look, it's better to have something than nothing. We're coming to you with 30 players remaining in the Aussie Millions main event. We started today with a little over 40 players returning. We've lost about a dozen players today, really into the business end of the tournament now. The remaining 30 players are guaranteed a $34,650 payday. There is a pay jump after this. Of course, 770 players in the Aussie Millions main event. They are playing for a top prize of $1.667 million, and second prize also over $1 million. So terrific for those players still in this main event, with a huge payday awaiting for those who go all the way. We can tell you that the third place player will make $635,000 and change. Fourth place, $466,000 and change. $346,500 for fifth. The top 7 players all get over $200,000. So there's plenty of incentive. Of course, this will be a final table of 7 players that will return tomorrow. Today we are playing down all the way to that final table until there are 7 players remaining. So there are currently 30 players remaining here in the Aussie Millions main event. We're in level 22. Blinds are currently at 15,000, 30,000, with a 30,000 big blind ante. And as you can see, although we do not have the whole cards, we are streaming from the feature table here in the Crown Poker Room. So.
Yeah, it's pretty, I mean, Ben, so much has happened in the last couple of days. Like, repeating what you said, 770, I mean, that's exceeding expectations, but now we're at the business end, right? So there's the chip count on the main event. There you go, day 4. So we've got Ricky Vickers on top with 3.2 million. And then the short stack at about 625. Still plenty of life in these stacks, right? We've talked about structure all week, right? World-class structures, plenty of time. It's all about the big blind and your stack in relation to it. So you've got Chen Liang Li with 23 big blinds, even though he's the short stack, he's still got plenty of time.
Yeah, so look, just to clarify how this structure will work, as soon as we got down to 36 players early today, we became six-handed. So play will remain six-handed for the remainder of the tournament. Of course, once we get down to 7 players, that's when we'll move to one final table. So 7 players will return tomorrow. It's not 9-handed, it is now 6-handed. That's been the traditional structure of the Aussie Millions over the years, and that will remain this year. So yes, we'll play down to 7 players tonight. 7 will return tomorrow, each guaranteed over $200,000. Paul, that's not a bad payday.
No, and I love I know that there is those of you that love seeing the cards and all that sort of stuff, but in the early days of live broadcast, when you're doing live, you don't see the cards, but there's a bit of guessing at home. So there's a real opportunity for you at home and us to get this wrong and right a lot of the time in terms of guessing hand ranges and what they've got. We've also got some guests coming to join us that might help us a little bit, Ben. Listen, I was getting a few bets wrong earlier in the bets right earlier in the broadcast. Of course, that fell over at one point. Just rejoining the action, we've got a raise here to 60,000 from Hugh Nguyen, and it's around to Scott Stewart. I think he's the remaining candidate in the field from the United States. He thinks he is anyway.
Yeah, Scott Stewart, he's a World Poker Tour champion. He's got a WPT title under his belt. Of course, Patrick Barber folding there. Channeling Lee holding away. So yeah, it is a challenge, Paul. I think this might expose my lack of hand reading skills without whole cards to draw on.
Well,
but we will have, as Paul says, we'll have some special guests come in who may be able to add their expertise to the broadcast.
Absolutely. It'll put them to the test too, which I like always doing when you've got them on the microphone. Of course, we send out our commiserations to our bubble boy, Joshua McSweeney, who busted in a huge... So the bubble yesterday, I mean, that was huge. That went for ages.
Yep.
And several hands. Underdog kept doubling up, so to the dismay of the rest of the field.
There were some interesting get-out-of-jail situations for the small stacks on the bubble yesterday. Went for probably over an hour, the bubble. Yeah. The big hand, the ultimate bubble, was actually, it wasn't a small stack at all. It was two 40 big blind stacks clashed. No. Josh McSweeney tried to make a move. He shoved pre-flop. Joshua Young made the call. It was Josh's jacks against
King Jack of
Josh
clubs.
McSweeney's King Jack.
And he flopped a flush draw.
He had King Jack suited, but he blanked that in the end.
Yeah.
So Josh McSweeney was out the door. Josh Young doubled up, pretty much just about doubled up. And unfortunately, Josh Young busted very recently, just a few hands ago. Yeah. Josh, of course, has been part of our coverage team during the past week or so and had provided some great analysis. So we were certainly railing him for a deep run. He'll be feeling a little bit disappointed right now, but once he gets over that, we'll bring him in hopefully later today or certainly tomorrow just to tell us about his Aussie Millions main event run.
And that's the thing about the guests that are coming in, right? Every one of them have basically busted from the main event. So that's what they've all got that in common. So we're going to have to tread gently. Some of the players are much more accepting of that. They just need a little bit of time, a bit of a hot shower, and a night of sleep, maybe even a tilted PLO entry or whatever Van's playing. You can hear moans and groans from the floor, and I think we've had another elimination.
Yeah, it looks like Graham Cowan might have just hit the rail, from what I can see.
And it sounds looking like his body language there, Ben. It looks like he was ahead in the hand until possibly very late.
It looks like someone might have riveted him.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, we might have Tony Hasham on for a short amount of time too. He was near us when he busted, and he was in a brutal beat with aces versus ace king with trip kings on the river.
He got in with aces against ace king pre-flop, king on the flop, king on the river. So Tony was a little tilted.
Yeah.
So unfortunate there. But we have 29 players currently left in the main event. We are, as I mentioned, we don't have whole cards at the moment. We hope that we might have them back on later. We'll work on that. So, but in the meantime, Paul and I will give you whatever quality of hand analysis that we're able to.
This will create for fun. I'm sure the people in the chat will be betting on me and you to find out exactly how bad we are.
Yeah.
But I must say there have been some notable bust outs. So we mentioned Joe Hasham, who made a very, very late run into last night, and I thought Joe had that look in his eye, and Joe's one of the most determined, vociferous poker players in the world, and he was running deep, seeing the game. He had a really tough table, to be fair, and he probably went a bit card dead. So he Not sure how he busted late last night. As I turned my head, he was out. Then we saw Tony was out. His boy James, Joe's boy James, did really well. He was a short stack on the bubble, and he had about 75, 80,000, and the blinds were 5 and 10. And it was one of those moments where the short stacks kept looking over at each other until the big hand, which you just talked about between Jackson and Josh McSweeney. What a relief. But to be fair, congratulations to James and all the players who were not only the short stacks, but everybody who made the money. So it was nice to see. And then, of course, we had that burst of players that busted. So Joe late, Tony just before the bubble, Jackson Young just around about 32nd spot. Jennifer Cassell, she made the money, but she busted late last night as well. Having a really good tournament is Jen. You know, she's really established herself here. I know she was an established commodity, but I think proving yourself at the Aussie Millions Series when it comes back is really putting a stamp on being, like you said, the best sort of female player we have. Players to watch like Vic Dye, Andrew Hendrickson, who's probably the most experienced player in the field with over 2 million in live earnings. So we'll be watching them. Malcolm Traynor, I think he's still in the tournament, Ben. So these players, we've got some real quality in the field.
Yeah, even Michael Kanan on our feature table here. Michael's been on the scene for a long time, has had a lot of success. I bumped into him. He was here earlier in the series. He flew back out for a while and then flew back in for the main event. I had a chat to him in the hallway the other day, and he was just about to jump into the main event, and here he is with 29 players remaining and doing Michael Kanan things. Yeah. So, look, I look at, we go back to the poker scene 15 years ago, and we had names like Michael Kanan, Andrew Henrichsen and Dean Blatt, and here they are today with 29 to go. So, quality players never die, as they say.
Yeah. Even old friends like Antonio Ceramit, who's somebody that I remember from the APPT days, and he was actually with me working during tournaments, not so much playing, and he's here as well. It's lovely to see him. I wish him the very best and all the way through to the final table. We're not far off. 29 players remain at the Aussie Millions, thanks to CrownBet, and we've got our partners here, of course. We've got Poker Media Australia and Poker News tied together on content that's going out to give you all the updates. And we have our partners at Pepperstone, who are the #1 trading partner, so Australia's leading broker. So if you need any support with anything in that field, you can always go to pepperstone.com.au.
Yeah, Dean Boscovich is one of our chip leaders here, and Dean was involved in a number of hands with Jackson Young not long ago.
Yeah, that was heating up.
There was a big hand played out where Dean fired out a big river bet, an over bet on the river. The board was 3, 7, 9, king. No flushes on the board, and a big river bet. Now Jackson went into the tank, used up four of his time bank cards. You get start with 7 time banks. He used 4 on that hand. Eventually folded. Dean turned over 4-5 for the missed open ender.
Yeah.
And I think that tilted Jackson a little bit. He busted maybe 20 minutes later. Big hand. So
I think I remember Jackson firing out. It was a really big bet on the river. And then going into the tank, like you say, and folding. That's such a difficult, pivotal hand at that point. And I mean, to the players out there that have got the guts to make a move like that, I have to hand it to him. And you can't bluff a donkey either. It's a compliment to Jackson, right? You can't make a move like that on an average player. It has to be a good player for it to work. That's my thinking anyway. But what do I know? We rejoin the action. We've got Hugh Nguyen with a raise to 60,000. Scott Stewart re-raising to 260,000. So maybe a little bit of action developing at the final table. And no, he takes it down. So Ricky Vikas sits atop at 3.4. Hugh with 1.6. Scott Stewart 1.3. Chen Liang with 600 is the short stack, but still plenty of time left as we play to a final table of 7. And we are, I think the prize pool, Ben, $7.7 million plus, and a 7-figure payout for 1 and 2. We've talked about exceeding expectations for the Aussie Millions. We sound like broken records, but it's just fabulous to have it back. Lots of chat activity in support. Fantastic to hear. A lot of support for Ricky there.
Yeah, that's right. We've got 4 World Series of Poker bracelet winners still in the field too. I mean, Andrew Henrichsen had won, Malcolm Trainer, of course, 2 years ago, won the Mystery Million event at the World Series. Toby Joyce has a World Series of Poker bracelet, and Sam Higgs has one. So, plenty, and of course, as we said, Scott Stewart with a WPT title to his name. So, yeah, we no shortage of quality in this field, and no shortage of experience running deep in a big event.
Yeah, we should see some world-class poker. We have really this week, to be fair. We've seen world-class poker, really good moves at really good times, impressive stuff. In the 25K, we saw that especially. And now into the main. There is a flop with Scott Stewart and Ricky Vickers. So Ricky with 3.4 million in chips, Scott with 1.3, so about nearly 50 big blinds. The actions with Ricky, he checks, he's in the hijack, over to Scott on the button, who's going to fire out our remaining US candidate. We've had an international field here all week from Japan, America, South America, we've had it all. And it's just been wonderful to see a bet and a fold here. So players being really, really careful as we near sort of the more business end, where we start to give away huge money. Huge money. Blinds 15 to 30,000. And this is really where I thought yesterday, Ben, we started to see where players who don't have lots of hands under their belt and, really, really broad ranges and much more aggressive styles, even though the aggressive styles also bust out, but they tend to pull further ahead, because when you're 6 or 8 handed, you're not seeing big hand versus big hand all the time. You can't wait that long. So a lot of these players play much wider ranges, and they play them very well, both pre and post flop. And I think that they start to pull ahead at this time in the tournament, which is a really distinct chapter in the, play this phase in the tournament this way, etc. So I thought it was really interesting to see them pull away. But then you've got some very different styles in the field still.
Did he not?
Yeah, that's right. It's very interesting once the field narrows and you have more and more players who are very comfortable in, tricky spots, that they understand that it really becomes a battle of wills. That you really see the quality shine. And we saw on the 25K final table that, a couple of those players, those elite players, would clash multiple occasions. They sort of tend the elites, the cream rises to the crop.
Yeah.
So
we're in a 3-way pot here, so a raise from Michael Kanan. And we've got Hugh Nguyen calling from the big blind, Patrick Barber flatting on the button. We go to a flop. A little bit of overexposure on the camera there. Just to make life even more fun for us. Here you go, you've got a Jack 10 deuce. Thank you, Matt. And action, Hugh checks around to Michael, who checks over to Patrick. On the button, in position. And he checks. 225 in the pot, turn a repeat Jack. Of clubs. Back on Hugh with 1.5 million in his stack. Is he going to take a stab? Loving the Aussie Millions gear, Ben. I'm a big fan of it, actually.
Yep. We're both dressed up in our Aussie Millions kit.
Thanks to Crown, we get kitted out in the best gear. It makes us look professional, like we can play. We're going to be tested on that in the live coverage. So Hugh bets 65,000. Michael calls. Not a huge bet. Over to Patrick on the button. Does he want a piece of it? Pot's now 355. He reaches for chips. He's going to make the call. We're going to go to a river with 3 players. 9 of diamonds. Connecting the board a little. No heart flush. Back over to Hugh. Will he fire? He checks. And Michael checks. Round to Patrick. Opportunity. Malcolm for the win in the chat. Well, let's see if you're right. And there is going to be a bet. Looks like a significant bet. And a quick fold from Hugh and Michael. So Patrick will take it down and he will build his chip stack up a little bit. Now he's over 1.535 million, so just over 50 big blinds. Chen Liang Li with the short stack, still about 18 big blinds. If you're listening at home and you're curious as to big hand versus big hand, or you want to make a read, please put it in the chat by all means.
Just saw Cale Burns walk in the room to have a bit of a look around. Angel Gillian walked in, who of course won the 3K Super Turbo bounty the other day. Big win for Angel, and no doubt Lynn Gilmart and his wife will be very pleased that Angel will be bringing a bit of cash home as well.
Shout out to Lynn. Always been a person that I've admired and respected over the years. We've had overlapping jobs, as I was probably much older than Lynn and had the poker news job before she did. Then she went on to do great things.
Of course, Lynn and Cale were inducted at the same time in 2020 into the Australian Poker Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Pretty impressive. Good on you, Lynn. Hope you're well. Come and visit us. Here we go. So Chen Liang, the short stack, beg your pardon, has moved in on the button. Over to Ricky Vikas, who folds his option. So now we're starting to move in. We're starting to see players a little bit more aggressive, not shy at all. We're down to 29 players in the 2026 Aussie Millions main event, thanks to CrownBet. Our partners Pepperstone are with us, Poker News, as well as pokermedia.com.au. My name is Paul Curry. I'm with Ben Blaschke. We've got a bunch of guests that are going to join us. We've also got our extended commentary team, really, Jackson Young, Nelson Dong and Joshua Monk. So they will come in and do guest spots as we go. We will put them to the test and make sure that they are by far tested to their knowledge here with hand ranges. And we're gonna especially, I like to get Monkey on there, see what he's made of.
To be fair, 30's a lot.
30's a lot.
15, I think, is
8-handed table and everybody's big.
Yeah.
Back to the action. Folds around to Ricky. He folds and he'll take it down. So you're seeing now almost the rhythms of middle play and late stage play in tournament. There's a lot of books that talk to this in terms of late stage play tournament and how to break down different parts of the tournament. It's almost like most players, even some players, don't even turn up to the early stages anymore. They just come in a little bit later. Late reg, for example, has become a really big thing. We've seen a lot in this tournament, but people timing their entries. We talked about that.
Well, the structure of the Aussie Millions meant that you could enter, I think registration was open until after the second level of day 2. So people could come in, they still would have had 60 big blinds coming in on day 2. So that's a very generous structure. I think after dinner on day 1, it was still 100 big blinds. So plenty of opportunity for some late regging. One of the interesting things that I thought was that we came into the start of day 2, I think, with 706 players. We ended up with 770. So we had 64 players register on day 2, which is a terrific result. Just shows the appetite. Of course, we had a number of the elite players, the 25k players who were playing the day before on day 1C. So they obviously took the opportunity to register for the main at the last minute.
It's good to see the chat still bubbling over. We saw quite a lot of that, especially at the 25k final table from an international audience, which was terrific. Another move all in there. Main event day 4. VPIP, interesting stat here. So voluntarily putting your chips in the pot. See, Ricky's the most aggressive there. I mean, what does that say to you, Ben, when you see a stat like that?
I mean, that's the big stack, using his stack power to put maximum pressure on his opponents. We saw it. We've seen it on final tables throughout this series. It's once you start to get to this part of the tournament, it becomes almost as much about your stack as it does about your cards.
That's the problem.
You know, you put your opponents into some very difficult situations.
Those guys, I mean, some of them
Yeah, so Ricky's just using that,
into the brain.
that sort of the power of that stack and pressure he can apply to put pressure on these opponents who is, you know, he can put their tournament life at risk. His will not be at risk.
And tomorrow we will start coverage of the final table of the Aussie Millions in 2026, and for the first time in 6 years we get to crown a champion. And the main event champion will be one, I must say, that will take home a huge first prize, $1.6+ million. More than we thought. It's kind of back to the glory days, if I'm honest, but without comparison. It has re-established the Aussie Millions tournament is still one of the best in the world. We've seen huge players, and we hope to get Michael Mizraki, and we'll definitely hear from Joe Hasham. Van Marcus will come and visit us, possibly Billy the Croc again, who was on with us yesterday. We've had really excellent support from the pros, who are here to tell their stories and share their beats, and of which they have plenty. And so many of them do, right? And it's such a tough game, especially when you run this deep and come so close and then bust out. This is really that time too, 29 players into 7. Every bust out from here to final table will walk away feeling a heavy sense of unlucky or regret or some of the heavy feelings with it. And it really doesn't matter. I looked at Joe yesterday and I said to him, when the bubble burst, how many bubbles did you go through before you won the initial World Series in 2005? And he just looked at me and laughed and he said, so many, you know. So there are players out there that walk out of the room feeling like they're alone in the world, but they're actually not at all. Most big players, most players have been through that feeling. It's not a nice one, but it's also a big part of the reason we play the game and get better.
Yeah, of course, the 29 players remaining have all locked up $41,580, but you know, they'll realise how close they are now to $1,667,050 for first place, or over $1 million for second place. So there's a big gap between 41,000 and $1 million and $1.5 million, and they're not that far off with 29 players remaining. So the stakes are high. You know, there's one mistake could be the difference between a life-changing amount of money.
We talked about fatigue this morning, didn't we, when we were having a coffee, and the choices of the WSOP back in the days to delay that final table to go, you know, into November, and the advantage it may or may not have with players through lots of change. But one thing that's never changed is player fatigue over hours. Like you say, one error that could come from so many things. It can come from steaming or tilting. It can come from fatigue. It can come from ego. And it can come from just simple lack of capability against better players. That's entirely fair. We have a flop. We've got 3 players. So Ricky Vigas has raised to 60,000. That's not really unusual at this point. We've got Chen Liang Lee, the short stack, at 510, and Michael Kanan at 775. It's checked to Ricky. He has the action. He checks over to Michael.
Of course, two very short stacks in this hand. Michael bets out. Ricky remaining very active. Heads up now in the pot.
Mr. Monk texting me. I think he's going to head in later. Come on, Monkey.
Throws it away.
Get in here.
Some valuable tips there for Michael Kanan. Moves back up to $1 million. Still 33 big blinds. I mean, plenty of play time for Michael. He'd be perfectly content to just chip away.
Our partners at Pepperstone, so they are with us as well. So for all your number one trading sort of Australian, if you need a broker, all right, not just for crypto, but for anything, these guys are apparently the best at what they do. They're number one trading partner in Australia. So you can go and visit them at pepperstone.com.au.
course, one of Michael's claims to fame is winning WSOP Circuit Sydney in 2017. Main event there. It was a pretty handy score of almost 400,000 that day for Michael, but again, this would certainly exceed that performance.
Well, and a shout out to a special listener. I've just been messaged that Josh Monk is monitoring me and you, Ben, so make of that what you will.
It concerns me greatly.
So we have a hand here where we can actually see the whole cards. And we've picked up pre-flop action, a raise from Michael Kanan, a King Jack of Diamonds, over to Patrick Barber at 60 to call 60,000, and has done that. Over to Hugh. Pot's 195. Looks like he's coming in. Three-way pot. We don't know what Hugh has, but we are going to the flop. We have had some technical difficulties over the last few days, so bear with us. We're bringing the Aussie Millions back, and it doesn't happen all perfectly, but it's back, that's for sure. Okay, the flop. And action. Three players. And it looks like we're going to get a bet from Michael. Fires out. Action on the button. Flop of 10-3, deuce, two clubs. Looks like a call. And Hugh gets out of the way. We go to the turn. And it is a 9 of hearts, bringing sort of straight options for Michael. Check or bet.
So Michael's got he's got the gut shot. He's got the 2 over card, so he's got a decent amount of equity in this hand. Of course, the queen would be very nice for him.
He's putting a time card in. We've seen so much of this during this tournament. Players using, I think you put it best yesterday, Ben, using this in unconventional ways. A bit of theatre.
Yeah.
Each player with a handful of cards before the tournament. 30 seconds. Each card buys you. When Dave Gore busted, he had 2 left and he was trying to sell them. No takers. Yeah, a bit of a question from our listeners that why the broadcast was so short yesterday. We did have a bit of a table issue with the technology, so we weren't able to broadcast. And of course, with these things, you need to be really careful when you do. We're going to go to river here, so Patrick strikes an ace on the river. Catches a strong lead in this hand. He was already in the lead, but Michael and him back and forth. So 1.4 million in Patrick's stack. Michael's about 940. Yeah, so we had a little bit of difficulty yesterday, and when you have challenges like that in live broadcast as well as TV broadcast, this happens very normally, and often what we have to do is move the table into a non-televised table so we can fix the problem. So that's what shortened yesterday's issue, but this is quite normal in a broadcast. Sometimes you miss big chunks, but our job is to bring you back to the story, and the most important broadcast, of course, will be tomorrow, where we have the big guests and we get to crown a champion. So thanks for your support if you're watching and listening, and we will do our very best to close those gaps for you. Now, Michael, with King Jack, has bet here, 220, about half pot, and it looks like a call, so Patrick will take it down when he shows his hand.
Yeah.
And that's a nice little win for Patrick. Moves it up to about 1.8 million in chips, and Michael slides to about 720.
Yeah, as you say, Paul, we are, for those in the stream are wondering about the hole cards, we are working on the RFID technology, and we hope that we can bring you hole cards later in the day. But in the meantime, you get to enjoy Paul and my expert analysis without hole cards. As Paul said, we'll have some special guests joining fairly soon, actually. We've had a wonderful team here this week. We've had, two of our analysts, Jackson Young and Nelson Dong, both made the money here in the main event. Jackson busted maybe only half an hour ago. We have 27 players left here in the main event at this particular moment in time, so we are just gradually working our way down towards that final table of 7. We'll be broadcasting hole cards or no hole cards all the way to that final table of 7 tonight, so you can enjoy the dulcet tones of Paul Curry and myself and our guests throughout the evening. And I saw something interesting earlier, Paul. The Crown were aiming for around, although estimated around $14 million in total prize pools throughout that series.
That kind of went a bit further than that.
I mean, Danny posted earlier that it's over 22 million now, which is incredible. Over $22 million in total prize pools through this series. There's a couple of events running now too. There's the Omaha. I think the 5K Omaha is on today as well. So that's there's plenty of players here who will be jumping into that one. Van Marcus being one of them.
That's the thing about the series, though, is we talked about this earlier in the week, how there's a general impression out there with very sort of intermediate players. The Aussie Millions is kind of one event, because many people think of the Aussie Millions as the main. If you're out there and you're aspiring to be the best player, on this side of the world, you're going to be playing the Aussie Millions main event, and you're going to try and win that. But the series is so vast, with a huge schedule and lots of different structures. You can pick pretty much anything you want in terms of if you're an intermediate player and you really want to test your hand. I mean, the opening event, the 2.5K, the 5K, those events had enormous value in prize pools, lots of satellite qualifiers. So really, really good to cut your teeth on when you're an aspiring poker pro. You'll play with all the big names, because all of the big names played those. Michael Mizraki, Joe Hasham, they all played those tournaments. So gives you great experience, and then of course once you've built up the confidence and you're playing satellites to the main, it's probably the biggest prize outside the World Series in terms of its first prize of being at 1.6 million. It's just enormous, and we're here now. We've lost 2 players actually in the last 10 minutes, so 27 players remaining. Only 20 players remain to a final table. Hard to believe. It's a long week. We talk about fatigue and all of those things, but these players have done so well to get here. It's often heartbreak. I really look forward to catching up with Jackson and Nelson and seeing Nelson's was pretty cool when he busted. I think he was pretty realistic that he'd gone card dead. It'll be interesting to see Jackson, because I think Jackson played really dynamic poker. Some really big hands that we could probably talk about if he's happy to unpack.
Yeah, we've had 18 events here at this year's Aussie Millions. A little bit of a slightly smaller than in past years, purely because it's the first year back and the Crown team has been testing the waters a little bit. A few small changes, seeing how things are, but I can guarantee discussions are already pointed towards next year, and I'll be fascinated to see what Crown does next year, because I know for a fact that the executive team here at Crown is absolutely thrilled with the outcome of this series. So I think that we can expect even bigger and better next year.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's about an amplification of it, and if you're out there and you're listening and you're starting to think about the Aussie Millions again, now's the time. You're going to have 12 months basically to try and satellite into a bunch of events, and Aussie Millions and Crown Poker will most certainly run lots of feeder events into this, so you're likely to have the Vic Champs later this year that you could definitely use as a feeder here. So I think it'll be all roads lead to the Aussie Millions main event for 2027, but right now we are 27 players away from crowning a champion to the Aussie Millions 2026. We're in a hand here, Ricky versus Michael, a bet. Ricky's facing a bet from Michael with a flop of 8-4-3, and it's back over to the chip leader for the table. Michael bets into him, and he will let it go, so giving him credit there. some of this Crown staff have been tirelessly smiling at us while they walk the floor, never stopping, never losing focus. They've done a sensational job. Bringing this back to life, Ben, has been, it's a mountain of work. It's a real mountain of work, and it couldn't have been done without the full support of the entire team at Crown. So congratulations to Crown for their efforts in bringing this back to life. I'm sure they're thrilled, and like you said, they're looking on to how they can even make it better.
Yeah, so look, I think they're welcoming feedback from the players as to what can be done next year, how to improve, always looking to improve things here. Look, I think they've done a terrific job, and the numbers have been huge. I know that they've been pulling dealers in from all over the place to help out. You know, I played one of the side events the other night, and a couple of the dealers were not overly experienced in poker, but they did a great job. You know, a couple of little hiccups early on, just getting used to, okay, I haven't dealt poker in a while, but they did really well. Smooth sailing pretty much. So, you know, great credit for the way the team here has pulled everybody together for this wonderful event.
We need more PLO events next year. Well, that's certainly a flavour of chocolate that players like. We see a lot of players who've transitioned to PLO games in the last few years.
Yeah, we've got a lot of PLO specialists down here this week. You know, I've seen Jared Graham playing a lot of the events. We've got Van, of course, Van Marcus. I saw John Caradad down from Sydney. I haven't seen him play any No Limit, any Hold'em events. I've just seen him in all the mixed game events and the Omaha events.
We've got an all-in here from Chen Liang for $4.95, and it's around a Patrick Barber, and he's got about 1.9 million, and he's in the big blind, I believe, and he's having a good think. Hijack push. Patrick under the gun.
400.
Might have been the initial raiser here.
495.
It seems.
16 there.
That agonised look on Patrick's face. He's thinking about it. Looking at the cards usually means a fold.
Is this a little bit of Hollywood? This is the beauty of not having the RFID, if I'm honest. I do quite like the challenge. For those of you at home, this is your opportunity to see whether you're in the seat and you're good enough. It's a good way to test yourself.
Checking those cards.
And he gets rid of them. In fact, in the first 3 years of webcast on poker tournaments, it was pretty much done this way, and we had lots of feedback. Lots of players loved it. In fact, they used it as an opportunity to test themselves.
Yeah. It's one of those. It's the most important skill in poker, isn't it? It's hand reading.
Yeah.
And as you can tell, this is why I don't play a lot of poker.
Do you want a call or no? How about you call?
We are trying to fix the RFID, but these things are never easy. And you remember, you have to do that in line with the play, so you can't just fix it on the floor. You need to sometimes turn the table upside down, which kind of gets really, really complicated and technical, and we've got a raft of extremely smart technical people doing that, but you have to also run the tournament. So in this case, we feel like the broadcast is the most important thing, because these players have fans, and the Aussie Millions has fans, so we need to bring you the action. But also, I think that when you're giving this amount of money away, you know, the cards kind of become a little secondary to the subplot of the stories of the players and what you need to understand about what these players went through to get here. You know, lots of players have been on years and years of hard work journeys. Some of them run hot, we know that. And really all you get up until the final table is lots and lots of heartbreak.
Yeah, I mean, look, every poker tournament is a journey, and every poker tournament tells a story. We've got people who rise up as sort of day 3, day 4 come along. They sort of rise up through the stack, rise up, and they emerge as a contender. And you have other people. You have stories of heartbreak. You know, people who. I was talking to somebody the other day about. There was a very famous hand in the World Series of Jonathan Duhamel and Matt Affleck, where Duhamel rivered. Affleck had aces. Duhamel got in with jacks, and I think he rivered the straight from memory.
Right.
And this look of absolute heartbreak on Matt Affleck's face. It's a very, very famous hand. Yeah. Duhamel went on to win the main event
Yeah.
that year and put SG's name into WSOP folklore. That's the fine margins that can make or break legends.
Yeah, and everybody's got that story, right? That feels unique to themselves, but you're in a family of people that go through the same thing. It's quite remarkable, this game.
So Ricky still the most active player at this feature table.
He's calling a raise here from Hugh. 1.5 versus 3.1. Ricky the big stack. We go to the flop. It is King, Queen, Ace. 2 hearts. And action will be on Hugh, who was the pre-flop aggressor. So the big stack calling in position. Tough spot betting into the big stack. Always trying to control the amount. The big stacks can really lean, can't they? We saw lots of that yesterday and the day before. As those stacks emerged, some of these players are just so good at using those stack sizes to impose. Here you go. Check, check, turn. Interesting 10 of clubs. Colourful board. Quite deadly, if you ask me.
Highly connected.
A lot of stillness in the room now as the pressure mounts. We expect that. I mean, it's funny. The last week we've had a lot of vibe and a lot of noise, and lots of cheers and lots of heartbreak and oohs and ahs and pain. But now we're starting to get to the point where there's this underlying tension that builds in the room that you can actually feel, because the money's real. The pain is real. It becomes bigger and bigger as every hand, and there's almost a respect from the players that understand that, and the staff. It's almost like a step removed now as these players start to go towards sort of being paid over 6 figures for their run, and yet they're still going to walk to the car park feeling devastated that they didn't get there.
Yeah. It's interesting to see as you say, we came in yesterday, for example, for the start of day 3. Was yesterday day 3? I lost track of days. It was.
I asked the same question. Nobody could give me an answer. We're all in a vortex here.
Yeah, we're living in a vortex. Just over the start of day 3. So we still had, I think, 167 odd players. So we had a full room, a few tables still in the main poker room, which is in a separate part here. So we had that real buzz in the air and that excitement. But of course, and the bubble is always a great time. There's so much going on in the room.
Crazy.
But now, as you say, Paul, we've got 5 tables here. We're in a room called Echo State here in the Crown Poker Room. The main poker room is maybe 50 metres away. So the main event is here in Echo State. There's no other poker being played in this particular Echo State area, so it's all main event. 5 tables running at the moment, 26 players remaining, and you haven't got that same buzz. It's a little bit of nervousness instead. There's just, as the players are all very aware of what's at stake now.
Really feel the tension rising. So we're in a hand here. Scott Stewart has raised it up to 60,000, and Hugh Nguyen calls. The flop comes ace 7 9, 2 hearts. Action is on Hugh, who is calling in the big blind to defend, and it checks to Scott, who fires out. Looks like 50,000 into a pot of 165. Back over to Hugh. Not a huge bet. Bit of value, or at least it seems that way. And he lets it go, so Scott Stewart will take it down, grow his stack just that little bit more, the man from the US.
So the payouts, Paul, I mean, we're currently, everybody at the moment is guaranteed $41,500 with 27 remaining. But of course, everybody will be eyeing the big prizes at the top, and we've got some, a couple of people are going to be walking out of here tomorrow, Paul. Very, very happy people.
Oh my goodness!
First prize, $1.667 million. That's an amazing first
Even
prize.
second prize is 7 figures.
1,001,000 for second. So I'm sure that extra 1,000 is very handy. But it's we've got top two players have 7-figure scores. Third place will score $635,000 and change. Fourth place, $466,000.
So at what point in the payouts do you expect for there to be a shout of drinks in the room? If you came fourth, would you expect for the room to get shouted drinks? Certainly first, second, no problem. They're shouting the room drinks.
I expect a shout when I walk into a pub. It never happens. Look, I think, we're playing down to a final table of 7 tonight. All of those 7 will be guaranteed over $200,000. $211,750 is 7th place prize money, and it goes up from there. So look, I think that anybody on the final table should be entitled to shout the room.
As long as we're in the room, I'm really, really comfortable.
We should have 7 beers delivered each to us tomorrow during coverage, Paul. 1 for each final table.
We're putting out the vibe. No obligation. Ricky Vickers raising it to 80,000, called by Hugh again, this time in the small blind, big blind situation. So position dictates action on Hugh, the flop 944. Interesting flop for a small blind, big blind situation. Ricky, of course, with the big stack at 3 million. It goes check, check. The turn, a 6 of hearts. Action back on Hugh and Ricky remain. Hugh just taking a quick look at him.
Check, CC checks.
Goes check. Over to the big stack. Reaches for chips. Gonna bet his position.
That's 125,000. 125.
Gonna bet 125. Over to Hugh. 30 seconds to act. Each player with those time cards. Each card, I think each player's got 5 or 7. I can't remember. We'll confirm that.
7.
7 cards. And then they use them. Some players save them all up and try and use them in one hand. Then others don't, so he lets it go. Ricky continues to climb, or keep that stack, I should say, above 3 million. Nice and healthy, with over 100 big blinds, so he's looking to make a very, very deep run, as is Patrick Barber. They all are. Chen Liang, still the short stack, and as well as Michael Kanan, who's just slightly ahead of him at 595.
We have seen a lot of players use those time cards in strategic ways as well.
Oh yeah, lots this week.
We've seen tanking using cards, even though what they're going to do is been pretty obvious to us, knowing what they've been holding sometimes with the nuts. Just using a time card or two to make it look like they've got a big decision. So very interesting. It just adds another little layer of strategy into the game.
I am so doing that at my $20 buy-in tournament at home.
Do they give you? Are you going to create time bank cards then?
My wife will tilt.
Right.
If I make her wait like that, she will yell at me and say, "You know what you're doing. What are you doing that for?" And it'll create more tension in my marriage, which is not needed because Tennille can play. So she knows that if I'm using a time card, that it'll be only to upset her, which it'll work. Chen Liang Li with the short stack.
Sounds like you have some issues to solve at home, Paul.
But what a great way to resolve them. Heads up.
Sure.
Oh, hello.
Here we have a clash between the 2 shorter stacks at the table.
Yeah, we've got some action here. He makes the call. So our first really big hand at the feature table. And it looks like Chen Liang Li is the all-in player. Michael Kanan would be crippled here. So Michael with pocket 9s and Chen Liang Li with ace-king. Classic flip. Ace-king slightly behind, but let's have a look. See what's the flop. 1.155 million in the middle.
Ooh,
great flop for 9s.
Yep, that's Michael stays in the lead, but also says outs to the nuts.
And the turn is like you would see on a broadcast, ace of diamonds. So
he does have a diamond as well, and hits the diamond.
Unbelievable. So 9s will win the hand with the diamond. So that hand will eliminate. We're just waiting for that to confirm on the chips. There's the dealer checks the chip count. And the player is eliminated. So we now go down to 25 players in the field. Remarkable. 26, I beg your pardon. 26 in the field. And you can see now that, let's talk a little bit about the short-handed play, because we're 6 at the table, there'll be a play coming in. But the difference between 9 and 6, Ben, to the player at home, because hand range really dictates, it broadens, it's very formulaic in its own option. Like if you read many books, there are lines between playing a 9-handed table, playing a 6-handed table, and then it gets down to 3, and the hand ranges that dictate. So what do you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, 6-handed play. I mean, a lot of players who play cash 6-handed prefer 6 over 9. 6-handed is a common. There's also a 5K 6-handed event here. Players like it because they like the action. So when there's less players at the table, it dictates more action. Players generally can open earlier position with a wider range because you don't have to get through so many players. That just creates action in itself. Also, the fact that it's 6-handed means the blinds are coming around more often, so you need to play a little bit more often. You need to be a little bit liberal in your hand selection. So it does open up the action. And I love the fact that the Aussie Millions has long had this unique structure where it goes to 6-handed at 36 players. I think that's a really fascinating little unique thing about the Aussie Millions main event that they've kept this year. It makes for really great viewing, and as we walk around between the tables in our breaks and watch hands play out, sometimes when we're not on air, it's really an action-packed way to run the tournament. It also means that when we have our final table tomorrow and we go 7-handed, that we're already deep into what would normally be a 9-handed final table. We often see quite slow play early on, so it means those payouts are. So I can hear Danny Madonna in the background. We're actually
for a break.
we're just about to have a break. But yeah, so yeah, it sort of prompts play to be a little bit faster. So I think we'll probably see a little bit of slow play with the play jumps early tomorrow in the final table, but I don't think it'll be too long before we start to see a lot of action, and that will be great to see. It always depends on who the players are too. I mean,
yeah, look, it's some of the biggest prize money in the country, if not the region, if I'm honest. It always has been, and that's part of the allure, right? It's very rare you get prize pools of over 20 million and 7.7 million in one tournament, of any kind, any sport or any game. So it's just so cool that players of this level of skill or luck, a little bit of luck, but I think you need definitely your share of both to win one of these things. Could elevate themselves to an Australian champion of the Aussie Millions and kind of been sort of etched in the history books, because then you become a household name in the poker community anyway, for sure. So we're still 5-handed at this feature table until, remember, each table needs to be balanced, so just because we lose a player here, it doesn't necessarily mean they get replaced immediately. The tables need to be balanced. It's a constant challenge for Danny McDonough, our tournament director, who needs to keep every table balanced as close to as possible, and then when a table breaks, he evens them out as much as he can. It's a never-ending challenge for Danny, and that's what he does better than anyone.
yeah, so we're 26 left, so we're a couple of players away from going down to 4 tables remaining. Imagine that, Paul. Imagine being in the Aussie Millions with 4 tables remaining. What an experience for the players.
Absolutely. So it's really pinch yourself stuff as a poker player. So raise from Ricky Vickers, who's been very active, of course, being the big stack at the table. Michael Canaan calling just behind him. Round to Patrick Barber, who is in the small blind and sort of playing with his chips a little like he's going to call. And just like that, he changes his mind. Round to the big blind, which is Hugh. Hugh and Ricky going back and forth a little bit.
I look at someone like Ricky Vickers here, who is the chip leader at the table, one of the chip leaders here in the tournament. His best live cash prior to this event, well, still his best live cash is $43,000 US. Now, he's not too far off that now, but imagine going from a best cash of $43,000 to winning 1.67 million. I mean, that is life-changing money for a player like Ricky, and he's playing very, very well. He's using his big stack exceptionally well. It's sort of, the Aussie Millions is the sort of tournament that players dream of winning. To this day, it genuinely can change your life, and it's not just the fact that you win, 7 figures, I mean, that's life-changing in
That's
itself. But to be
life-changing.
crowned Aussie Millions champion,
that's-
you will always be known as that person.
Yeah, it's such a big moment. It's the moment most poker players well, we've got international players, so all over the world really dream of winning an Aussie Millions as much as they win a World Series, main event.
Well, Joe Hasham was said to us many times that's his one big bucket item left on his
that's
list,
right.
isn't it?
No, he had
Big
it.
ticket item.
You could see that in the way he played. Sheer determination.
We mentioned earlier Tony Hasham busting in brutal fashion yesterday.
Yeah, Tony Hasham he's seen his share of beats. He's also dealt out his share of beats in his life. I know that for a fact. He's not with it. He's definitely not sure if he's in the poker heaven sort of category, but he's given it out, in terms of his beats.
So we see the quite a connected, or very connected board now. So Ricky continuing aggression here. Michael being quite active too. Obviously just about doubling up a few hands ago. Crucial hand for him in this tournament. And that's when, fortunes come and go. History can be made with a flip. It turned out well for Michael Kanan on this occasion. 1.667 million up top.
Some of the production team have run over with their work in the RFID there, Ben, and in the meantime we are getting splashes of it, which is great to see. Get back up and running for the main event final table. That would be amazing. But right now, you and I need to test ourselves. Bet the 60,000 into 425. That's quite a value bet. Bit of a blocker here, Ricky.
Well, it's either a value bet, it could be a bit of a block bet, or it could be making it look like a value bet when in fact he has 2-3 off. I'm not putting him on 2-3 off, but it's a very interesting bet size. It is the sort of bet that's luring Michael in there.
Come on, let's have a go. I'll put
There
him.
we go.
Oh, is that a raise?
Oh, it's a raise
That's
from
a
Michael.
raise. Yeah, Michael's raising it up.
Anything you can do, Ricky, Michael can do too, is what he's saying there.
Now, is it a bear trap? For those at home who don't know what a bear trap is, a small bet to entice a re-raise. And if you see a re-raise here from Ricky, then it's a bear trap. If not, it was value or blocker. See, one day I could be a crusher. One day. I know the terminology. That's the first step. No, he folds. So block bet is my guess.
First step to becoming a crusher is to sound like a crusher.
Oh my goodness. So we're inching closer. Now 25 players, as you can see in the top right hand sort of part of your screen. You'll understand that we're now under 20 players away from a final table. So exciting. 7.7 million in the prize pool, a 1.6 million plus first prize, followed by a 7-figure second prize, which is amazing. $2.6 million between 1 and 2.
I love there's a question in the chat, is Jamie Gold playing?
Yeah, I saw that.
No, he's not. Jamie Gold, 2006 WSOP main event champion. That was the biggest WSOP main event at that time and for a long time. $12 million first prize. That was so big. Highly entertaining run from
really
Jamie
was.
Gold. I mean, he ran like God. Polarising figure, I think you would describe Jamie Gold as.
Oh, he certainly lit the world up with it. Is that the biggest first prize ever?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
it
believe
is.
so.
Yeah,
I know there's been bigger fields, but they had the $10 million first prize for the 10th anniversary a couple of years, sorry, for the 50th anniversary a couple of years ago. 10th anniversary was a long time ago.
We've got another hand playing out here, so Patrick raises to 60,000. Ricky calls out of the big blind. It is button versus big blind situation. Ricky checks back to the button. Patrick to act. It looks like he's counting out a C bet or a continuation bet, and he fires. Pot's 165. Looks like he's betting 40,000 into that. Test Ricky. Pretty dry flop, meaning that not much connects to it, so if you haven't hit it hard, there's a chance. There's a chance you're going home, and that's exactly what he does. He folds them and throws them into the muck. So Ricky still with just under 3 million in chips. Patrick Barber with 1.8, Scott Stewart 1.5, and Hugh Nguyen, our short stack. He's still got 1.4 million, so in very good shape.
So we have a break coming up in a couple of minutes' time. Short 15-minute break. The players will go on their latest break of the day. We'll take a short break to coincide with the players. We'll be back as soon as the players are back as well. We will be continuing our broadcast all day. Hole cards or not, we will not be breaking this broadcast. We'll be bringing you the action right through until the end of the day's play, which is when we reach our final table. So, you know, as we say, we apologise for the break-in broadcast since yesterday, but we're back. We're here now, Paul. We're dedicated. We're strapped in. We've got comfortable chairs. We're ready to go.
Loving the chat too. Mouse trap, not bear trap. Oh, listen, I'm happy to reskin terminology. I virtually needed to change the glossary over years anyway. Scott Stewart raising it up to 60,000 this time. Ricky 3-betting him to 250,000.
Mousetrap is a famous little rugby league play from years back that you don't see very often anymore.
Right?
But yeah,
North of the border.
I am a Sydney boy. That's my Sydney. But you know, we represent the country. Paul, you're from Melbourne. I'm from Sydney.
I know. And my boys from Essendon are up by 1 point, and that's not going to last. Come
No,
on,
it
boys,
rarely
get
does.
there. Back over to Michael. Now he gets out of the way. Round to Scott, who was the initial raiser. 60,000, 1.4 in the chip stack. He's been 3-bet by our big stack at the table, Ricky Vickers, and the action is on Scott. Yeah, lots of players of note still in the main. We can go through them. Malcolm Traynor, I think, is still in the main event. Andrew Hinrichsen is still in the main as well.
Yeah, let me read out some of the names that are still in the main event. Michelle Anunu is chip leader at the moment, just ahead of Victor Dye. Of course, we have Dean Boscovich. That's Dean Boscovich Jr., for those who might be wondering. Kartik Mehta, going well. Malcolm Traynor, of course, as you mentioned there. Sheldon Mayer. Sheldon, a regular around the country, particularly in Sydney. He's out from the eastern suburbs in Sydney, is Sheldon. As you obviously see Ricky and Patrick on this table here. Andrew Hinrichsen, long-time stalwart, still playing elite poker. Toby Joyce in the field. Dean Blatt. Of course, Scott Stewart here. Taylor Grube is here as well. So plenty of big names. Anyway, we're on break now, so we will be back in about 15 minutes.
Progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles. progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
I will definitely be coming back.
And we are back to the action at the 2026 Aussie Millions main event. There are 25 players remaining and 7 make the final table. I'm with my man Ben Blaschke. We're just testing a microphone. Can you say hello?
Hello.
You know who that is, ladies and gentlemen? If you don't know who that is the great Tony Hashem, one-time, two-time Player of the Year. ANZPT Player of the Year, Hash. It's great to see you. Unlucky in the main event. We're going to bring up that hand just to tilt you at the right time. But right
Really?
now, for right now, we're after your poker insight. So let's go straight to the fact that there is 25 players remaining. You've been in this situation before. What are you thinking if you're a player at this level, you know, at all levels, with 25 players remaining? You know, is this one of those where you have a mindset, a goal? I mean, everybody's got the same goal.
Absolutely, Paul. Goal would be, the strategy is to make the final table. You must make, honest to God, anybody in this position is only eyeing out a final table. As you know, it's $150,000 the minute they make the final table. Is it top nine? Top nine?
Top seven, so
Ooh,
200k.
200k, even better.
Yeah.
And I don't think the players at this level are thinking about the money either. They should be thinking about making the final table and playing each level and playing the
Put
hand.
the money out of your head.
Get the money out of your head.
And then start thinking about, like, play like it means nothing when it means everything. Those old cliches still stand, right? Bit of a pop going on here between two players, between Michael and Scott. Looks like he's taking it down. So Scott, our last remaining American in the field from, I believe, confirming where Scott is from. I've got that written down. Long Beach, California. Nice place to live. Great place to visit in Australia. Ricky sits atop at 3 million. Patrick with 1.8. Our short stack, Michael Kanan, 1.3, but still 34 big blinds. Plenty, Hash.
Is that Scott Stewart there? Is that the same Scott Stewart that won the Aussie Millions?
No, that was Stuart Scott.
Okay, I knew that.
See, I love having Tony Hashem in the booth. Anything can happen. We can start rumours.
Well,
nice shout out to the people who were at home bubbling into our chat. A big thanks for the support.
yeah, massive thank you to everybody that supported the Aussie Millions. What about the numbers, Paul?
770. There was a lot of talk with broken record, cautious optimism. There was a lot of talk, and then I think that changed a lot when the opening event sat because it was huge. It was an explosion.
It blew everybody away.
Yeah.
All the experts, they were just all dumbfounded. But look, I knew it'd be big. Daniel and Harold had done a lot of work in the Crown team that got behind the Aussie Millions, and we did our part, I think, in that short period of time by partnering with the Aussie Millions, which were ecstatic.
3 to the flop here, Hash. You don't often see 3 to the flop this quickly, so Ricky raises it up, but he's been raising a lot of pots. Patrick calls in the big blind. Scott Stewart in the small blind. It goes check, round to Patrick, check, back to the pre-flop aggressor. Ricky's been very active. With the big stacks, Hash, when you're in this position, you've seen a lot of these youngsters be quite aggressive, and you've morphed your game over the years to cope with that. At this point, it's a real mixture of styles, right? So turn a 5 of hearts, action back on Scott. We'll talk in a minute about coping with the big stacks and how aggressive they are. Scott's going to fire at this pot.
115,000.
Patrick quickly gets out of the way. Now back to Ricky, who was the pre-flop raiser. Checking the flop. And he's going to let it go.
Let it go.
So when you're coping with the big stacks and how aggressive they've become, and without giving away your age, and you've aged beautifully and gracefully, might I say. Ben said that just before you joined us.
Oh, thank you, Ben.
I didn't agree. I didn't agree. But how
You
is
just don't like competition, Paul.
I don't, and you're catching me. So how do you cope when players become uber aggressive and you've come from a style which is much more tight, sort of solid player, and then you've morphed into being more aggressive to cope? Is that still a challenge?
It is, and the important thing for any player that is a seasonal player or even the pros, they tend to pick their spots. They look for weaknesses on the table, and their primary objective is to pick up the pots and to keep and manage the pots. See, Will?
So how do you take yourself out of the crosshairs of an aggressive player? Because it seems that they do target, once they've got you in their sights, they can really make the most of your style. It's like they've quickly assessed your play, and now you're on trial. How do you take yourself away from that, or how do you?
Well, you don't
fight
really.
it?
Well, you don't really. Well, the latter, you fight it with being in position to come back at your opponent. And in poker, you always make sure that the decision lays on them. You don't want to be in that position where you're having to make or guess pretty much a decision of whether do I call, do I fold, do I 3-bet, 4-bet. But you'll know when you're playing because you go into this mindset of focusing on your table and knowing the players. So, you can outsmart. And you got to say to yourself, how do you want this story to flow?
Yeah.
And if the story flows and they end up believing that you've got it, most players don't.
Yeah.
But, it's just a matter of situations, Paul.
Ben, I'll tell you a story where I accidentally got the better of Tony Hasham in a famous Adelaide ANZ PT tournament, remembering he was two-time player of the year, and we sat together. It was the first time we'd ever got lucky enough to sit together, and we were on that table. And now I got lucky and busted aces with queens, so I had a few chips. And then everybody on the table was raising quite aggressively, and a player in the late raised, and opened, I should say, and Tony re-raised them on the button. And I looked at Tony and then looked at my cards and saw... I won't tell you what it was. So then I went, okay, I'm not going to give Tony, I'm going to give him a little bit of credit for a hand here. I think the guy who's opening is quite light, so I'm going to make a move here. So I jammed, and it folded around, and Tony tanked for about 10 seconds, and then he kind of looked at me, and then he folded. And then he whispered to me later, I folded ace king for you. And I said, I'm sorry, Tony, I had ace queen. I didn't mean. Now, that wasn't skill. That was just good,
Good play.
I don't think I meant to.
Third time they've said that as well.
Well, mate, talking about ace king, I'll tell you what, some players just fall in love with it.
I was waiting for you to open the door because I was worried about the scars. Ben, did you see the hand that Tony was... in great... He's going to cringe a bit, but should we put him on mute?
I first heard Tony swearing from across the room.
Yeah, that was an indicator.
Swear. Come on, you got me mixed up with Joe.
And I came across and I saw Tony had aces and his opponent had ace king, and there had been a king on the flop and a king on the river. So I could understand
that hurt.
Yeah, that was a killer hand.
Brutal.
Big pot. Yeah, it probably would have been in the top 10, 15 chip stacks.
Yeah, you've been, and not to normalise too much, but you've been in those positions before, and it never gets easy.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't matter how many years you've been doing it.
It doesn't, and I think I've learnt, like a lot of these players, that play year in, year out,
just
month
a part
in,
of the
month out.
game, right?
Part of the game.
Part of the game.
We have a big pot developing here. Michael opening with jacks, being 3-bet by Scott Stewart with ace king. Talking about ace king and players getting married, here we go.
And it looks like a re-raise, and
I can see the chips going
it's an all-in here, and Scott Stewart's going to call. So we've got an all-in situation here. Again, this is the second at the feature table today. So Michael Kanan is the all-in player. Scott Stewart's got him covered with ace king. Ace king slightly behind, but let's see. We are 24 players left in the main event. Will it be 23?
Ace King's been pretty good in this series. Let's see what happens.
The flop comes 8, 9, 10. We've seen this board a few times. So Jack's ahead with outs. Let's see the turn. An ace almost scripted now. This is the second time we've seen this. Now, the river last time caught up, so...
Bang!
It is
Oh!
My
Michael
goodness.
has done that exactly as he did earlier.
Unbelievable.
Ouch.
Wow, what a hand. So we don't lose a player. We are 24, and he will double up now through Patrick. I beg your pardon, through Scott, who takes a huge hit, and now Scott is just a little over 300,000. And so let's, Hash, while we've got you, talk us about how he's feeling. He's still got chips. This is the hardest part.
Yeah.
You've taken a massive hit. You've done nothing wrong. Don't get me wrong. It was a flip, right? And he was slightly behind.
Situation's completely different when you're flipping 51, 49.
Yeah.
compared to a 96%.
But what about when you take the lead?
chance of
What
winning.
about when you take the lead on the turn and then you
Well,
get rid of it?
well, I always say this, Paul, and I always revert back to when Joe won the World Series with one card. Before he won it, there was one card to come. He said, wait, don't get excited. There's one card to come. Now, he knew he couldn't lose the hand.
Yeah, but
And,
still.
and you know, the rest is history.
Yeah.
But he was still worried.
Yeah, right.
Because, you know, you
The
want
nature
that
of
kill.
the game.
The nature of the game.
Yeah,
You want to win. You want to win. And, you know, and in this game, anything can happen.
We are married to that. We are ultimately married to the fact that you have to wait until the chips are literally pushed towards you before you believe you've won the hand or a
100%.
tournament or anything, because anything can happen, and always does.
Michael has gone from being fairly short half an hour ago.
Absolutely.
He's doubled up twice, and he's suddenly got a massive 2.8 million.
That's
And,
that's
well above
momentum,
average.
right? That gives you confidence, and all of a sudden, it was a coin flip that could turn into something quite vital.
Funny, it's amazing how identical those two hands are. On both occasions, Michael lost the lead on the turn and claimed it back on the river. Very similar.
Well, that's the exciting part when viewers watch. This is what makes poker really exciting, because it's not over until the hand's over.
Yeah. It's great that we can all enjoy such pain in one player when when it happens to them.
So, Tony, you are, as the owner of the Australian Poker Tour, you ran some satellites through APT into the Aussie Millions. How were they received?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, we had comments, game changer, Aussie Millions is back. Great to see the Australian Poker Tour.
Yeah.
You know, collaborating with such a reputable brand. You know, from day dot, you know, Aussie Millions has been home to all poker players in Australia and internationals. But I know for Joe and for myself, and now my brother's kids that play, they weren't around. They were young at that time. You know, when Aussie Millions was at its peak, and we had Poker Stars, Full Tilt, Triple A, all the big sponsors coming out to Australia, and all the big name players. You know, look, I think the Australian poker community got right behind it.
Yeah, and they've definitely responded. Like,
yeah, it's unbelievable.
Really resounding response from the poker. But for you to have the APT and also the support of Crown, it's kind of like the best of both worlds, if I'm honest. It looks as though you get the best of both worlds. You get to support the tournament you've loved all your life, but also have your own vehicle to support it, which is quite remarkable, really.
Look, Daniel Tabano has been a massive fan of what we've done. So has Harold. And look, and then having Danny McDonough, you know, the king of tournament directors, you know.
Nick Whitaker, you know, the lead for the whole
Yeah,
thing.
Nick
you know,
Whitaker,
so really
yeah.
big, really
He
beautiful.
took-
If you don't have his support, you know, the people within Crown that really have made this come to life truly love and believe in the game. That's what's common about all of
And they're
the
seeing it
support
now.
for the
I
Aussie
mean,
Millions.
the Aussie Millions, and I believe the Vic Champs is coming in late October.
Yeah.
Which will get behind that as well.
Lots of value because I may be playing. Tons of value in the field. We got Dejan Boskovic. So, Ben, we were talking about him a little bit earlier, and his father playing with him, and he was also involved in a hand with Jackson Young before, where he made the bluff that you mentioned this on the hand. So, explain to us what you saw in him as a player. I've sort of see him as a bit of a risk taker, quite aggressive.
Yeah, Dean. So Dean and his father, also Dean. So Dean Jr. has been around the traps a long time. Very, very volatile, aggressive player. He happily admits that. So yeah, we saw. Actually, I had a chat to Dean just during the break shortly about the big bluff that he ran when he had 4-5 suited, missed his draw, put out a big bet on the river against Jackson Young, and Jackson tanked, used 4 time banks and tanked, and eventually folded. I said to Dean, "You looked very calm when you looked very relaxed. I thought you had it." And he said, "That's what I was trying to do because I was very nervous."
Yeah.
He said he and Jackson had been going back and forth for a while just before that.
Yeah, right.
Over the
There's
past
always
few
some
days.
context that we're missing. That's the hard part, right? There's
So-
always some chapters beforehand.
He said to me, you know, he knew that Jackson was aware he was capable of bluffing, and he was just trying to look as relaxed as possible.
And he did. We were watching the table. He came off very well. Now, speaking of elusive, here comes a man that I think is like James Bond in this casino, named Frankie Bianco. It's like he's become the man to know in this.
100%. You know, they call me JB, I call him FB. Joe's brother. Such a banana. And it's not Frankie Bianco, it's Frank the Banana.
Oh, my goodness.
No, we love Frank. I've known Frank now since 1996.
Yeah. We're not showing our age at all.
No, not at all.
All of us were here when they had whiteboards in the room, which is telling you something.
Wow.
So,
Remember the whiteboards?
interesting hand here, small blind, big blind situation. Ricky who's been raising quite a lot, nearly 3 million in chips. Michael now, who's nearly got 3 million in chips, also in the big blind with king 4 of diamonds. Looks like he's going to come in for a look.
140.
No, he re-raises, so he's going to 3-bet.
C4, 140 to call.
You're in the small blind with twos. I've seen a lot of pros. We've talked a lot this week about the fact that pros tend to be throwing their smaller players, their pairs away. They're not playing them as aggressively. You know, a lot of intermediates invest tons in pairs, hoping to flop sets, whereas the pros tend to overlook them. Here we've got them in the small blind, so he masks his hand very nicely, Ricky, if he flops the set. Oh, well,
There's a deuce.
on cue, the flop comes 10-5 deuce, and Ricky, of course, will quickly likely check to the aggressor, who's the big blind, Michael.
Probably, I mean, Michael may take a stab here, but I think the best thing for Michael is he doesn't really have anything at this stage. He does have a wheel draw now.
The turn and ace of diamonds, which will most certainly tempt Michael into betting out if it checks again. Let's see if Ricky gives him the opportunity. He does, so most likely now Michael should fire at this and represent that ace. 320 in the middle. Firing into a set. And the bet's 100,000, so now back over to the set of twos in Ricky's hand, a big hand, and out of position. So will he choose to raise here or just a call? No, just a call. So smooth here. Oh, and a king of spades on the river. So will he check here and hope to induce a bet, which he might get with a king on the river, or a quick check with showdown value? And he does check. So thinking the king might take it down, the set of twos is revealed, and he takes a pot of just over $500,000 there. So Ricky will extend his stack to 3.2 million.
I didn't like that check at all.
On the river?
Yeah.
You think he can extract some value here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, the way the hand played out, king on the river, he's going to get a call.
I think, I mean, obviously, if he knows that Michael's got a king, then certainly I think he can.
Well,
he
the
can
ace,
bet out. He
the
can
ace
bet
is
out
on the
there.
board too.
Yeah.
He came on the turn.
But if he thinks Michael's got nothing, then all he can really do is check and hope that Michael bets.
Well,
right?
that's,
So
yeah.
24 players remain in this main event at the Aussie Millions, thanks to Crown Bet.
what would you do with $1.67 million, Tony?
Give 90% of it to my wife. Then before I do that, I'll get Paul to call my wife.
Oh dear.
Just so
Let's
she
not
can
go
hear
down
his
that.
voice.
Hey,
Right.
your wife can call me anytime, especially if she's venting at you.
Oh, okay, well, that's different.
Well, that could be any day.
That's different. Oh, God. It's just great to see so many players that have come from all over Australia,
C1 raised to 8.
players that, come to the tour, to the APT tour. And for me, when I first came, the opening event, it took me 55 minutes before I sat down, just saying hello to everybody. And even when I
It was
sat
a
down,
family reunion, right, when we came back.
it's
right?
huge. And there's the new faces, the old faces, and
Extended.
yeah, and even the staff. The staff have changed too, Paul.
Yeah.
You know,
They've done such a good job. I mean, putting up with all of us for a couple of weeks can never be an easy situation. We've got a bit of action here. So Dejan Boskovic raises it up to 80,000. Scott Stewart,
he can't
short
call.
stack
He's going to
now,
jam. Either jams or folds.
335,000. Of course, losing that coin flip.
What's he done? Call.
And we're going to see a flop. So he's
Wow.
making a call here with the short stack, not wanting to give it up, wants to make sure that he hits this flop. Haven't picked it up yet in our whole
Surprised.
cards. Let's have a look, see if we can figure out what he's got. Flop comes 2 jacks and a 10 of hearts. Rainbow.
He's flopped a full house.
Let's see if we can pick up a read. Action is on Scott. He's got 215. He checks and immediately fires, does Dejan.
220. The bet is 220.
220 is the bet, which would, of course, put him all in. What a confident bet that was.
Yep. Excuse me.
Now, if Scott's caught a piece here, Tony,
Ace 10, maybe King 10.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
and he's going to let it go. So Scott Stewart electing to play this hand a little bit unconventionally so that he can try and stay in the game. Still got 5.5 big blinds, very, very short, but still alive with 24 players remaining as he tries to recover from that coin flip, which left him very short stacked.
Crippled.
Of course, if you need any advice in terms of trading or financials, you've got Pepperstone, our trading partners. They are the #1 trading partner, Australia's leading broker, so you can look them up. They are a terrific supporter to the Aussie Millions.
And good people.
Yeah.
Yep, good people. Both Jackson and Warren and I were very fortunate. We were sponsored by them. Yeah, the team at Pepperstone.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they looked
know what
after
they're doing.
us.
They're market leading, right? So
Yeah.
really critical. And a lot of the players around here, of course, have ties to financial services and need that kind of support. And it's hard to get good advice, so it's always good to have a trusted partner in Pepperstone. And of course, our other partners, Poker Media and Poker Media Australia and Poker News, giving us all the updates. But we're a really great support system here at Crown. We've got a raise here from Michael to 80,000.
This will be enough for Scott Stewart to get this in for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think he'd be calling here. He's in the small blind, so he jams. As expected. Thank you, Ben. And Patrick gets out of the way. Back over to Michael now.
He has to call this.
180.
Yeah, Tony, I think you're right. There he does. He puts the chip in. There is a call. So Scott
He's
Stewart
live.
is very close to, well, he's ahead. He's 66% chance to double up and not bust out of this tournament. Let's see if the last man from the US in the field can survive the flop. A deuce 3-8 flop, so
Good
no
flop.
help to Michael. Scott ahead and in good position to double up.
6, 7, all in.
Now they're going all in.
Well, there was a few chips remaining, but I think that was inevitable. A bit of an anticlimax there. Let's just say that the commentators were ahead of them.
Could you imagine Scott Stewart? Nearly said Stuart Scott again. Like a banana. Would have folded there.
G'day to Stuart Scott if you're listening. Let's go to the turn. It is a 7. Oh my
Disaster.
goodness. Now only an ace
Any
or a
jack
jack.
or any ace.
Oh my God.
Jack on the river.
Oh,
Wow.
we are, that is a fantastic river hand to save.
They jumped on the double.
So Scott Stewart is going to double up now, and he's got life, so really, really close to elimination. And we remain at 24 players in this main event.
Wow. see, we go back to what we were saying before. It's not over until it's over.
Yeah.
Wow.
So now Scott Stewart back up to $500,000 and well on his way to recovery.
What's that, 10 big
Just
blinds?
around 10 big blinds. So
All right, we're even. You say so.
So, Tony, you've got Adelaide coming up in about a week's time.
Yeah.
APT Adelaide.
tell us about that.
Well, it's going to be held at Crown Plaza in Mawson Lakes.
Mawson Lakes, yeah.
Mawson's Lakes. Well, when I went to the venue, you're not going to be... Oh, you wouldn't believe me who I saw. I saw James Obst.
There you go.
And I said, James, mate, what are you doing here? He goes to me, what are you doing here? Well, he stayed there, and I'm not sure. He had 3 or 4 girls. No, I'm joking.
Dear, oh dear.
Kidding. We started chatting, and he goes, this is an awesome venue. It's brand new. 5-star hotel. It's got everything, all the facilities that any poker player would love to enjoy during a series. The venue's amazing. And Adelaide's, it's going to be good.
It's only about a half-hour drive from the Barossa Valley to Mawson Lakes. I'm
Yeah.
well aware of that area. My
Yeah.
wife is from Adelaide.
We've got
so-
some drama here
we're all
unfolding.
in again.
Scott Stewart has moved all in again for $510,000, but this time he's moved in, and the small blind Patrick Barber has picked up Ace Jack. And if there's called here, he's in a very dominated position. He'd need some real help. And he does call, so
He's going to be in front.
he's going to be very disappointed when he sees his hand. And of course, Dejan folds his big blind. So in this time, Scott Stewart is much further behind in the hand, so he's going to need a lot of help to double up again. Patrick Barber potentially getting ready to knock him out in 23rd because we've lost a player in that
Well, what
moment.
are the chances of a king coming on the board?
Oh, hash.
Oh, my, not
my
two
goodness.
kings.
Pretty high.
As
huh?
soon as
kings.
you said it, I went.
Two kings,
we-
look at this.
Oh, let's have a look at Scott.
King on the river, no queen.
Let's have a look at Scott Stewart's reaction here, if the camera comes back to the
two
table.
kings, wow.
They're
haunting
look at
me,
him
Paul.
nodding. He's going, okay, I'm not sure how this is happening, but he's back up to 1.1 million.
Oh, these kings are haunting me. I'm not even in the hand. I'm going on tilt.
Well, and that puts Patrick Barber in a position of he's still got $1 million in chips, but that sort of brings them back to neck and neck now. So just like that, the pendulum has swung once again.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of swings here at
Yeah.
Western.
Yeah.
We're literally seeing how the turn of a card is changing things.
Interesting question here on the twos, Ben. Can you read that out for our audience
Well,
and Tony Hashem? I think we put him to the test, don't you?
No, I just believe that I basically forgot that someone was on the button and not in the small blind. So let's move on from that one.
You're with live broadcast here, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing's perfect. It's not like television where you get 11 hands and it's all beautifully cut up. You get everything with the live broadcast. That's the best way of commentating, but you do get some challenges along the way, and that is absolutely normal in any broadcast that covers over 2 weeks.
I'll tell you what, there's a couple of familiar faces out in the poker room. Players that are still left in this main event: Andrew Hintonson and Malcolm Trainer.
Trainer, yeah, absolutely. Some of the big
Two
names.
very,
right?
very, very good players. And I think is Michelle still in?
Michelle was chip leader. It looks like he still might be. Well, Dean is right up there too, but Michelle's certainly among the chip
Yep.
leaders.
Yeah.
There you go. On the feature table, Dejan without chip lead at 4.1 million. Ricky Vikas still at 3.1 million, and Patrick Barber now with $1 million, and he's the short stack at the table, although very healthy. But the news at this final table is Scott Stewart, who has gone from 335,000 only a couple of hands ago to now back in the game at 1.2 million.
Yep.
Thanks for the very lovely compliments to our team here and myself in the commentary chat. Doing our best to keep this going as we narrow down. Another player eliminated, 22 in the field now. We are getting closer and closer to that final table of 7. 1.6 million plus and 1 million for second prize.
One raises 80.
of course, Scott Stewart won the WPT World Championship in 2024, which I was actually at that event in Las Vegas.
Can we confirm a prize money for that?
2.5 million.
Oh, wow.
Almost
So
2.6
no
million.
stranger to the pressure of this moment.
Yeah, and that's an enormous event, a really spectacular event, WPT World Championship. A new addition to the calendar a few years back, really well received and, yeah, very enjoyable.
I've seen so many situations when players are about to get knocked out. They double up, triple up,
Yeah.
they grind away, and all of a sudden they're on the final table, final three,
And then
heads
they
up,
take it down.
and they take it down.
Incredible stories.
Yeah.
Incredible stories. Now,
I wish I was part of
To
that
be
story.
fair, we've talked a little bit about your tilts and some of the unlucky parts, but you were two-time Player of the Year, Hash, on this sort of. At one point, you could argue there was no better player in form when the ANZPT was around, and that was a consistent run of tournaments over several years. Talk us through your form then. Has anything changed? Has the game changed? Because you were in a position where you were cashing almost every tournament you were in, running deep into every tournament. You know, how did that feel? Did you feel like Player of the Year when that was happening? Or
You don't. I mean, disappointment because it's disappointment in some ways because you're consistent and that's fantastic. Being a consistent player means, I mean, if you're cashing in, you don't go broke cashing in, making the money. But for players that play to win, and I'm one player that loves
more disappointment because
more
it means you were running close all the time.
Yeah, being Player of the Year.
What was more disappointing, the fact that I was on the cover of Poker News 1 month before you were, and then you rang me to whinge about it and say, I can't believe I'm not on the cover this month, and I said, Hash, unfortunately, it was me. Now, I didn't earn that.
Well,
My
you
father
did.
gave me this voice.
No, you did. But I think you're the one that copped the bad beat because I got on the front cover of the magazine. You know,
He did.
the following
month.
So we're talking about Poker News Australasia, which was a print magazine back in the day.
Correct.
We're talking about 2007, 8, 9, these sorts of times.
Yeah.
Ben's now putting us in a time capsule.
2011.
There are people that don't know what magazines are.
And you're going to love this. 2011 or 12 that I was on the front cover of the magazine, and then obviously Black Friday hit in 2011, and Crown had the magazine of my head in the Crown Poker Room for the next 3-4 years.
It was stuck on the shelf, Hash.
I was stuck on the shelf.
Oh my goodness, what a bad beat.
And every time someone tried to take it off there, I was right there. I know, put it back on the shelf.
Those times of magazines joining the action. Dejan Boskovic with 4.2 million in a hand with Scott Stewart. Dejan hitting top pair with King 8 and 3. It goes bet and call. We don't know what Scott's hand is. The turn comes a repeat 8, so action is on Scott. He was defending out of his big blind. Will check over to Dejan, who checks quickly, and the river's a 5 of hearts. So without knowing the hand here that Scott has, Dejan's obviously worried about the 8, checking the turn.
Or I think he may be
a flush draw,
looking to induce a bet from Scott Stewart.
Or the check on the river. Is that a signal that he doesn't have a hand, or he's got showdown value? What are you thinking here, boys?
So possibly could have some showdown value, but I think that Dean will certainly look to bet for value.
He's checked. I think he'll call.
Dejan betting for value here. 320 in the middle.
Ooh.
And he's betting pot size here. Now a decision for Scott.
Yep. Well, Scott did not check to fold, but depending on the size of the bet. I mean, he's been in these situations before, so, you know, he could call him with ace 3, 4, 3. He's made the call. It's a showing.
So it is called. He's counting out the chips, so he's also putting his hand in. So King Queen is the best hand. We'll need to confirm what Scott Stewart had. but that takes Dejan just a little bit further ahead now. 4.795 million in chips and well on his way to pushing that final table. 22 players remain. Scott Stewart slipping to 7.10. We've seen his recovery of recent times from 3.35, so that was a big call, quite an expensive call on the river.
Yeah, he just stacked back up with a couple of big doubles, but back down to 710,000 for Scott Stewart, which is around about 18 big blinds.
I can see some of the players from the main event and the 25k have all entered the room. I can see Carl Burns from here. I can see Naj is here. Luke Martinelli is here. All coming in to see who's getting close to the main event final table. They all have people. They all know each other. It's a tight community, it's the poker community.
They've probably all got pieces of each other.
Probably.
These people that just don't rock in for the sake of rocking in, let me tell you.
If you haven't seen the photographs that Poker News are taking, you should really log on and have a look, because Rachel is a superstar and she has got some kind of eye in making...
Oh, she has.
Listen, I'm not saying that poker players aren't good-looking people, but she does make some of the players...
She makes them look good.
Look fantastic.
Oh, unbelievable.
My goodness, I need her to photograph me. She can do wonders with that lens. She's got such a good eye. Check it out, our partners at pokermedia.com.au and also our partners at Poker News covering the Aussie Millions all the way through till we crown a champion tomorrow, the 2026 Aussie Millions champ.
That will be huge.
That's
It'll be a
gonna
massive day. Massive day.
6 years in the waiting, and the poker community is so happy to have it back. What can I say?
$7.7 million in this prize pool. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What an amazing effort.
Yeah, series prize pools are over 22 million hash for the series. So
unbelievable.
You know, this
impressive.
day's weird. I mean, I looked up at the score and Essendon are ahead of the GWS John. Something's wrong. The world's upside down.
Well, my Parramatta Eels won last night, and that doesn't happen very often either. So what is going on? Anything could happen.
Yeah, my Blues had a good second half.
I know.
And we still lost.
So
Yeah, well, that's standard.
So we've got Ricky Vikas here, who's got 3.1 million in chips. He's raised it up to 80,000, and now Dejan Boskovic has called out of the big blind. This is interesting because we've got two big stacks at the table going at it. And Dejan, an aggressive player, hasn't played any hands with the big stacks. The flop comes ace, 5, 7, 2 hearts. Let's have a look. Eights look pretty good on that board, but the ace, of course, standing out. Action on Dejan. He checks. Over to Ricky. He checks as well. The turn, a 10 of spades. Hash, what are you thinking?
Mate, it's very hard to guess. You can't read people's minds. But look, I think they both checked the flop.
What's Dejan representing here if he bets, which of course he will? Most players who are aggressive, defending out of the big blind to a check flop might fire. He does.
Could have King Queen, King Jack.
It's only a very small bet here, 40,000. What do you read into that? We've seen this a few times, Ben. The very small bet. We can't decide whether it's a blocker, a value, a bear trap, or a mouse trap, as somebody put in the chat.
Well, the common C-bet size is has typically been smaller these days than it used to be.
Yeah.
And then even in these situations, sort of the first post flop bet is typically more of a, just a feeling out style of bet.
And it gets checked, and I think Dejan announced fives here, so Ricky will take it down. So defending here out of the big blind, and Ricky Vikas will pick up a nice pot. 22 players remain in this main event. We will be crowning a champion of the Aussie Millions in 2026 tomorrow. Will it be one of these 6 players? Of course, 22 players means there's only a small handful of tables, which Danny McDonough is constantly balancing in the field. We've seen Scott Stewart come back from the dead, sliding a little bit again. He's going to need to continue that run of luck. As Tony Hasham takes a selfie, and this is when we need better photography, boys.
Well, I'm doing my best, Paul. I'm doing my best.
I'm just glad I'm furthest away.
Oh, that came out blurry, Paul. We're going to go again. Where am I going?
That's very unusual how your
Oh, no.
phone does that, Tony, when you take a photo.
That's a lot better.
There we go. What a
Yeah,
handsome
what a-
trio.
Made for radio. Okay, raise from Patrick Barber, who's got 910,000, makes it 80k. Round to Hugh Nguyen, who's picked up Jack 9 offsuit, and he's in the big blind. Is this the kind of hand, Hash, you like to defend a big blind with, Jack 9? You know, is it connected, sort of unassuming, catches flops? It's a bit loose.
No, well, you hope. Yeah, look, it all depends. You know, most players these days defend their big blind.
Well, he's
For
caught,
that
he's
reason.
caught top pair.
For that
So
reason.
they're very draw-heavy hands, so they can end up being costly, right? You end up flopping a lots of pieces and
This is
with a
where you
straight
manage
draw,
the pot.
etc. Right, and that's where things
Yeah.
can spiral quite quickly when you call with hands like this. You really got to know how to navigate post-flop if you're playing the Aussie Millions or any major deep stack. But this structure will have you playing flops, turns, and rivers. That's the thing
Correct.
for the players at home
You know, if
to
the turn
remember.
comes a jack,
Yeah,
you know, and his opponent's holding Queen 10 now,
you're in a world of hurt.
you're a world of hurt unless,
yeah.
unless you know, you catch a 9 or jack on the river.
Patrick bets 45k. Another small bet into the big pot, 265. Back over to Hugh, who's got top pair now. Does he put him to the test by raising, or is it a smooth call?
10 seconds.
Raises it up. Makes it 100k. It's a thin raise. We've seen this a little bit too, Ben. Raising thin rather than like a 3x bet. We've seen, and this kind of equates, in my view, to pot control and keeping the pots at a good, decent size, not to hurt anyone. And it's a call from Patrick Barber. We don't know his hand yet. The pot's now bloated to 420. The turn, a jack of clubs.
So
Bit of
top
tension
two.
here, right?
Yeah,
Bit of
for the win.
tension. Pretty stoic. Digging on his glasses. Lots of tension.
Oh my God, the jack came on the river, on the turn.
Tony Hashem seems to have just joined the coverage.
Oh, I just noticed that. Sorry, I was too busy.
Tony was posing for a photograph.
Oh,
To
Paul.
those at home, we're not on at an actual delay. Tony was delayed in actually picking up the information.
Tony is on the way, the rest of us are not.
Luckily, they're tanking here, so we've got time to catch up, Hash. So it is 2 pair on the turn. We're yet to figure out what Patrick has, but we know Hugh has bet 140,000, which is again another value bet, and again Patrick reaches for chips. So he's
That's
got to
good play.
This is a kind of draw-heavy board, as we talked a little bit earlier. Let's see what the river brings. An ace of hearts.
The money card.
700,000 now in the middle. Both players, well, Patrick's got less than the pot, and Hugh's just got a little bit more. So this is quite a significant hand to the player who wins this pot. Put him in a real comfortable position. Action is on our player with 2 pair, Hugh Nguyen. We're going to lose control in a minute because Billy the Croc has now entered the room. And
Who allowed him in?
Anything goes. Anything goes when Billy walks into the room.
10 seconds.
I may give Billy my headset and watch the carnage unfold in this commentary box for just for half an hour.
Is that you inflicting pain on me?
Well, I've been telling Billy the Croc to make a name for himself for years.
I should have made that move earlier. So Hugh Nguyen bets 250,000. We're going to go to Billy and Tony in a minute, and then anything could happen.
Oh, Patrick looks like he wants to
Wow,
call.
he's counting all his chips out. He puts his time card in, so
He definitely has an ace. He's got. Oh, if I was it, he could have snapped call if he had.
if he had aces up, it's a snap call, I'm thinking. There's no way he's not calling with
Could
two
he-
pair. Or is it?
Well, he hasn't got a straight.
Puts in time
Definitely
card. Really thinking about it now.
He's probably got ace 7, ace. If he had two pairs there, he would have snapped.
Is he
I'd be
figuring out?
I'd be very, very surprised.
Well, if he's counting out his chips because he wants to know, for those at home, if he makes the call, how much has he got left? And he's got 670k, so he's going to have around about 450 is my guess. If he makes the call and loses the
If
hand.
he's got the ace, he's got a call.
And he makes the call, so we're
What's he
going
got?
to see
What's
what
he
he's
got?
got.
Can you see the
Union
cards?
turns over, and Patrick
Queen of King.
will muck his cards. So Patrick is going to toss him. He does not have the winning hand hash. We'll
No.
have to ask. We'll have to ask what he had. We'll catch up with that. So there you go, Patrick Barber now the short stack at 420. And Hugh Nguyen, who was the short stack earlier, now up to 1.895 million in chips. So like you said, Ben, momentum swings coming left and right. Big hand, big hand.
My feeling that previous hand he could have a king jack hand because he hit the jack.
Yeah. I was
Maybe.
thinking he had something like ace 10, possibly flopping and turning a draw, and then striking his
Maybe.
ace for value,
Maybe.
something like that. But what the hell do I know? I'm only right 35% of the time.
Well, it's
Maybe even king jack. There you go.
I did say king jack.
We've got a couple in the chat who are weighing in. I love that from our fans. Please weigh in because we certainly can't call it.
Yeah, just a reminder to our viewers who are joining us late, we have had a few technical issues with the RFID over the past 24 hours. Our team is working hard on that. Matty Marshall and Craig Abernathy has jumped in over the past day to try and help out too. They haven't slept a lot.
No, they haven't.
I don't think Craig went to bed at all last night.
No.
He looks a bit dazed, I can see. But they've put in a great gig and great effort and still working on trying to fix that issue. But in the meantime...
Another raise from Dejan, 80,000, and now Hugh Nguyen, who's growing his stack. He's back up to 1.9 million. He's picked up ace-king in the small blind, expecting Dejan to raise here most of the time if it folds to him. And as luck would have it, Hugh Nguyen has 3-bet to 300,000.
We're going to see an all-in here.
And we've got a big stack here in Ricky Vigas with pocket queens. He puts his time card in.
Could be a big clash here.
Time extended.
This is that classic big hand versus big hand moment. And you've got between these two just a little under 5 million. This would be a massive hand in the context of the tournament. Could decide who final tables and who goes home.
Raised to 650.
There is an announcement of a raise.
So it's 4-bet to 650 now. So thin 4-bet. Around back over to Hugh, as Dejan got out of the way quickly. Hugh.
The smart play here would be to call.
So you think a call and not a jam here? Don't put your tournament life on the line.
You're playing for 1.6 mil.
5 seconds. All in.
But he moves all in and it's quickly called, I think. So Ricky just asking for how much. Can't imagine he's folding here.
Yeah, it's still a big decision
Big
for quite
decision,
a few chips.
Yeah.
I don't think Nguyen's doing this with pocket tens, put it that way.
That's his, that's it.
I mean, Ricky really has to ponder here whether he's ever going to fold this hand. He might be going in through the process. A lot of players need to go through that count process before they make that decision. He does not like this. He won't want to put this much into the middle. And that's a good sign. That's a sign of a great player, right, is that they really manage their stacks. They don't like putting this many chips of their stacks in at this point in the tournament. But how can he fold? Cool.
He makes
There
the
it
call.
is. Yeah, it's processing that information to become comfortable with the decision. That's exactly what's happened, and they end up coming in queens with 57% chance of
How
winning.
many times do we see ace-king players moving all in with ace-king?
Yeah, well, pre-flop it plays so strongly, and then post flop. You never know. The flop comes eight king. So the all-in player is Hugh. A turn, a two of clubs.
Do we find the queen? Highly unlikely, but let's have a look.
The river is a 10 of hearts. And just like that, Hugh Nguyen will now move up to nearly 4 million in chips from the short stack position. And Vikas, Ricky Vikas, who was our one-time sort of nearly 3.5 million chip leader, is now down to 1.4. My goodness, we are seeing some drama.
And again,
today.
that's two massive pots in a row for Nguyen, and suddenly look where shoots him right up to the top of the leaderboard.
Just like
That's
Scott Stewart,
insane,
right
mate.
earlier,
Insane.
just like Scott Stewart. Whew. The pressure is mounting. Insane. Yes, I apologise if you can't see all the cards, but stick with us because we will try and catch you up on all the information. This isn't live television, it's live webcast, and that is the beauty of it, is that you get to see and feel everything that happens in the room. Lots of crazy stuff, but it is also, for me, far more enjoyable. It's a bit more action-packed. Our coverage of the 2026 Aussie Millions, thanks to CrownBet. We've got our partners, Pepperstone, our #1 trading platform, and our media partners, Poker Media and Poker News, bringing you updates daily and hourly on the tournament as we look to crown a champion tomorrow, the 2026 Aussie Millions.
Well,
And
talking
ladies,
about
look,
champions.
I just don't know how to feel about getting
Talking about champions,
This is like getting in a
the
car with-
Crocodile Dundee
This
is
is-
sat down.
Ben Blaschke has completely thrown me under the bus and put me in a driver's seat with no brakes. I am now in the box now with Tony Hasham and Billy the Croc as Ben Blaschke stands afoot with his hands on his hips in victory.
Good afternoon, viewers.
Well played, Ben. Well played, sir.
The Crocky's in town.
Oh my goodness! Now this, I'll tell you what will be most interesting here is Billy joining us. We've got 22 players. We've just seen some really big hands. So Hugh Nguyen, who's gone from short stack to nearly 4 million. Scott Stewart was 330, moved up to 1 million and back down. Patrick Barber, the short stack at the tournament, and Dejan Boskovic has kind of joined the table in this position and remains. Been lots of action, lots of chips playing. Short stacks tend to be doubling up when they get their chance. And there you go. There are the chip counts. Hugh Nguyen, an amazing recovery. Michael Kanan, consistent. You played with any of these guys here, Billy? Do you know anybody? Is anybody familiar to you?
I am now going to walk the walk of shame. That Dean Vucevic, if you Google Billy the Croc Foals Queens.
Oh, you got some history
That's
here.
the gentleman. That's the gentleman that it absolutely fully embarrassed me. It was a 5K event at Sydney, and and we're very close to the final table. And I've raised with Queens. I got 3 bet, and then Dejan Vucevic, he decided to make one of those really weird plays of a mini raise.
Oh yeah.
And I thought, my God, he's got a monster. And I thought for ages and ages, the commentators were laughing at me. I pulled out the spray bottle. I was sweating like a pig. It was very warm. I was like in a sweaty sauna. And after about 4 or 5 minutes, I eventually folded.
Yeah.
And you should have seen the comments on the right-hand side.
Well, speak of the devil, he raises it up to 80,000 in the hijack, around to Michael Folds, around to Scott Stewart, who's looking at a hand here. He's in the big blind. They've gone at it a couple of times. 610, the last US player in the field. And he moves all in. And it's a quick fold from Dejan. So Dejan opening a lot of pots now, and Scott Stewart picking up some much needed chips. Now pressure on Patrick Barber, but 11 big blinds here. So even though there's an implied pressure, and a lot of these players, it's funny, we were talking yesterday about the impression of the implied pressure that came with, you might have 15 big blinds, but because you're on a table with all these stacks, suddenly those blinds shrink up. And when you've got a stack and you've got 15 big blinds, it's hard to ignore the stacks emerging, even though you're in a reasonably comfortable position. There seems to be a bit of a desperation amongst some of the less experienced players, I would think.
Well, basically, the big dogs know that the short stacks, they can pick on them, because unless they have a reasonably strong hand, they know that the calling range is a lot higher. So you know, when you've got 15 bigs, you really can't sit there and jam with 7, 8 of hearts.
Yeah.
If you get someone raises and now you try to jam with it, most likely.
Or see a flop with those hands.
Yeah. Now, who's now the other gentleman I actually know? Now I folded the queens, and everyone said, "How can you fold queens?" Da da da. Anyway, at the Gold Coast a little bit later, Michael Canaan raised. I raised. Michael Canaan 3-bet, and I shoved my queens, and Michael Canaan turned his 2 kings over, and I was walking out the door again. So I fold them, and I was wrong because Boscovich had the ace queen, and then I didn't fold them, and I was wrong again. So,
wow.
So queens
no good for you.
So I guess the overall message to our viewers is when Billy calls the cards, you should look right into what he's saying.
I think the players are just playing the player in crocky.
I'm going to give you one. I'm going to give you one more scenario with the queens. With my left hand, the gentleman on my left here, Mr. Curry, and I had the croc card and I had to help someone, and I had to help Molly Meldrum.
I remember that. Oh,
and
my goodness.
He's come up and he had a really big decision to make.
Oh, is this at a celebrity event?
At the
Crown
celebrity
Australian,
event.
it was at the first ever Crown Australian Celebrity Poker Challenge.
206.
It was I worked with the late Clinton Gribus,
That's
Steve
correct.
Cherry out there. And those two, I learned a lot. It was one of my first ever poker broadcasts.
Yep.
And I got to work with Billy. That was, again, driving in a car with no brakes. But it was such a great tournament. Molly Meldrum was such a good sport. I remember Colette Mann was there. John Stevens was there. We had a real raft. And I
He
remember...
performed that night.
And it was taken down by Sally Bowery, the
Sally
weather
Bowery,
girl.
the weather
who
girl
she's
from
still
Adelaide.
on the she's on the breakfast shows
Yep.
now. So congratulations
Yep.
to Sally for her wonderful career. She's outlasted all of us, both on the poker table and off.
Good on you, Sally. Hi, Sally.
Hi, Sally.
And Nick Del Santo was there as well, if I remember correctly.
yeah.
Nicky Del. But anyway, the funniest thing was that an ace and a king came on the board, and Molly continued to bet, and the gentleman shoved on him, and he says, "Oh, I need to use my croc card." And I go, "Okay," well, not knowing because we couldn't see the cards. And I said, "What have you got, Molly?" He goes, "I've got 2 queens." I go, "Sure you have."
Yeah, and he did Molly with the queens.
And
I
said,
do remember the hand.
I said, "So what are you thinking?" And he goes, I said, "You've got to fold. There's an ace and a king on the board." He goes, "Yeah, but I'm thinking of bluffing him." "How can you bluff? He's pushed you all
Molly
in."
didn't have a lot of, yeah.
And he said, "So what should I do?" I said, "Go back and sit down and throw those 2 cards in the mud." Okay.
Molly wasn't doing a lot of thinking. Now, let me bring you to the action,
Thank
boys.
you, Paul.
So, Michael Canaan has raised it up here with pocket jacks to 80,000 and has gone round to the button. Patrick Barber, who is the short stack and is just calling.
I actually don't mind this. He's got position, and then... So
We've seen this a couple of times today. Tony Hashem and I were looking at...
Canaan's gone all in.
But this is going to make it very
What's
interesting.
happened here?
So it was a 3-bet.
That
I
was a
beg your
3-bet.
pardon.
Okay.
That's what I thought it was.
It was a 3-bet.
I know
So
it sounds-
now it's going in.
Okay, I
Classic
would have
flip.
preferred calling. I
Yeah.
know most of the pros will probably just shove, but I prefer calling. I've got position. I might be able to get him off the hand. That's all.
So Patrick Barber is the all-in player, and behind in this hand, is there a king or a queen on the board?
Oh my God, how many
there is.
times?
You can hear by the 2 gentlemen next to me how much pain there is when a big pair loses in a flip like this. But he was just behind in the hand. So we have our short stack. Patrick Barber has now doubled up through Michael Canaan, and he gets some relief. So he's now back up to 740,000.
That's 2 short stacks that have doubled up now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Paul and Tony, the prize money, all these jumps are very important. It's like winning a tournament as we progress.
100%.
What's the payout at the moment? We've got
48,000.
Nearly $50,000 go the spoils, and you can see now in the top right hand corner that's your player count. So 770 started, we're down to 21. So in the last 5-10 minutes we've lost another player. Tonight we play down to a final table of 7, where the first prize is $1.6+ million, and the second prize is a whopping $1,001,000.
And 7th
so
pays
incredible
over
payouts.
$200,000.
So you can see why
Mate,
it means so much, right?
Look, it's really an amazing event, Tony. I don't want to open up wounds on you, buddy, but
But he will. But he will.
No, I don't want to open the wounds. Have you discussed what happened to poor Tony? I'm assuming
We have. We've gone there.
Let's move on, viewers. Tony, I'm sorry. Can you please get that gun out of my head?
It wasn't the gun, Rocky.
No, look, the thing with these events... Oh, hold on.
We've got
Paul?
some action here. So Patrick Barber now is moving all in the cutoff with pocket 9s. He's got
240, 240, 240,000, so 6 bigs. Is that correct?
Well, we're seeing here that it's raised to 500,000.
Okay.
So, well, look at this. Hugh Nguyen, who's got ace queen of clubs. Can't
He's
see him
moving
get away
all
from
in.
this. So he's in the small blind.
Can't see him just calling.
He's got the big. He's got Ricky Vickers behind him,
Okay.
who was a one-time big stack at the table. Now 1.5 million. So Hugh and him swapping positions essentially. Hugh with a big decision how he plays this hand or whether he wants to. And I think he's moved all in
Yeah,
here,
well,
so he's
that's
announced all in. We're going to go have a flip here, and Patrick Barber will be at risk once Ricky folds. He does that, so we are going to another coin flip situation, boys, where ace, queen and nines are in, so nines slightly ahead by the percentage, and Patrick the all-in player.
Okay, here we go.
So will Patrick survive, or will he be our
And
next
they're
bust?
off.
Is there a queen?
There's
The
no queen.
flop, Jack,
Okay,
Jack,
2
4.
jacks.
So good.
The turn is a 5
Picks
of
up a
clubs.
club draw, more
Club
outs.
drawer.
And the river is a 4 of spades,
Spades, I
so
thought it
just
was a
avoids all those outs. And we have a double up again to the short stack. So we've only lost one player at this table. And Patrick Barber now moves up to 1.5. Scott Stewart slipping back down to 870. But still, everybody's kind of comfortable because the minimum stack's 22 big blinds.
Paul, this is ridiculous. These guys are hanging around like a poor relation.
Unbelievable.
Like a poor relation at a Greek barbecue.
I tell you what, if there was betting on this final table and we go back out to our sponsors in Crown Bet, they'd be making a fortune.
Let me ask you,
They would be
do you
making
think
an
it would be
absolute
any
fortune.
different if you two were at the table? Do you think this would be... do you think would your hands play out the same way? Because a lot of players think that the luck follows them. So you know what I mean? So, you know...
Well, my nemesis hand is kings. I seem when I play huge pots with kings.
You guys get bad beat on the table. I get days where I get both Tony Hasham and Billy the Croc next to me.
That's a double bad beat. They're talking about double bad beat.
I'm not sure who got the bad beat, you or Crocky.
Has anyone seen the Michael Jackson movie? I don't know if it's
Yes,
coming
I
out.
have. Please, nothing inappropriate. My son's listening. He's a big fan
No,
of Michael
I-
Jackson.
I've actually seen the show, the actual show.
Yeah, we have.
It was amazing.
Beautiful show.
Standing
Beautiful show.
ovation, it was awesome.
Well, I went and saw the current movie just now, and anyone who's thinking of seeing it, if you're a Michael Jackson fan,
I love
Wonderful.
Michael.
absolutely excellent.
Yeah.
I loved
It was a bit teary, Billy. I won't lie. When we saw it as a family, I was a bit teary because it really humanised Michael Jackson. It brought him back to just being
Well, so
who
did,
he was,
so did
right?
the show, the theatre.
Yeah, it was terrific, wasn't it? Really, really special.
Anyway, while these guys are thinking, the thing is, when you become such a famous, it's hard to have friends because everyone wants your autographs. Everyone
Well,
wants,
let's ask
and then-
Tony Hasham. Is it hard to be have friends because when you're famous?
Well, yeah, the funny part, you say that. When Joe won the World Series back in 2005, Danny McDonough, the genius, decided to... him and Frank Bianco, there's 5,000 people in the room, plus. I'm not sure if you were there, Crocky.
No,
but
I wasn't there that year.
that announcement, they said, ladies and gentlemen, and this is, we've just come back from Vegas, and they're about to announce Joe, and ladies and gentlemen, we've been waiting for him. He's flown all the way from Vegas. The WSOP's brother.
Sorry,
Joe
viewers.
B.
Oh my goodness!
There we go. This game.
We officially apologise to the families of these people on the final table. And we're having fun here at the Aussie Millions. I'm going to say.
The funniest part, I did walk down that path and the people were touching.
Oh my goodness!
Look, talking about funny situations. Now everyone knows Shane Warne, but Shane and Joe were very good friends.
Yeah, and he was a friend of the Aussie Millions and all of us, right? He was one of those guys that many people asked me over the years, have you worked with Shane? And I did get to work with Shane a couple of times. But the thing that always struck me quite honourably and humbly about the man is he often made you feel like you were heard. If I walked into the room, and Shane and I met maybe a handful of times and worked together on stuff, he would stand up in the middle of a big tournament and run over and shake my hand and see how I was. And I'd push him back to his chair and say, what are you doing? But he really loved people. He was great at connecting with people, and you always felt like you were the only one in the room, to be fair. Just a quick snap back to the action. Ricky Vickers has picked up ace-queen on the button. He's going to raise it up, not get a lot of credit for these hands with the big stacks raising on the button. So potentially always opens the door for a little bit of jiggery-pokery. Michael Kanan now with
Okay, so he's
He's made the
called.
call.
He's going to make the call.
He's called, and Mike Canards at about 40 bigs. So they're both reasonably deep here. Both these two individuals, 1.5, 1.6 million. Let's see the flop, and we've got a mystery hand for Mr. Canards. So let's.
Well, this will put you and Tony to the test. Let's so the flop is Ace 8 6. So action will be on Michael. He checks quickly, not unusual here.
What are we going to bet here, Tony? I'd like to bet 50, 55 here. 45, 55. Try to induce it. I'm not that strong, and maybe see what Michael does.
Tony, bet size, please.
No, about 80.
I was going to say 100, but I think it's going to be 50.
What do you bet?
Oh.
Tony, winner, chicken dinner.
No.
Chicken
Right over
dinner.
here.
Oh,
Right
you
over here
said
was the
100,
100.
yeah.
Thank you,
Okay,
ladies and
sorry,
gentlemen. What's
sorry.
going on here? But it was called. It was called. And the turn, a King of Hearts. So now, once again, let's go around the table. Michael checking over to Ace Queen.
You know what? I think I check back and see what happens.
So
on the
440 in the middle. I'm going to make it 180.
turn. Okay.
Maybe 220, somewhere there.
Yeah.
Tony?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, Paul.
Okay. Well, I'm going to check back, and if he bets the river, I'm calling, and if he checks the river, I'm betting. That's what I'm doing. But anyway, let's see what happens. He's betting.
I'm never checking that.
Okay.
Crocky.
I reckon 220. The bet is 200. It's in
Close
the range.
180.
It's in the range.
Yeah.
Now, without knowing, we're still waiting on a response here from Michael, who called a flop bet. Now I'm starting to think
he
weak
could have
ace.
pocket sixes here,
I'm
mate.
starting to think he's defended with a weak ace. He's made the call here, the river. So a 2 of hearts.
Okay.
840 in the middle now. 1.3 versus 1.2 behind, like you said,
Wow,
Billy.
this
A
is a huge-
really big
this is a
pot
huge
in the
pot.
context of the.
Okay. It doesn't look like Michael's got ace king. I think, honestly, I'm going to guess that Michael Canards' hand is ace jack or ace 10.
Yeah, that
That's the
sounds
hand I put
about
him on.
right.
Okay. Now, the reason I checked the turn here, Michael probably would bet the river here with ace jack and ace 10, where if I got shoved on here, I'm going to feel sick sitting there with an ace and a queen.
Well, Michael's checked, so
Yeah.
Ricky here has an opportunity, and he checks too, so he
Okay,
backs
so let's see the
down a little
hands.
bit.
Don't like
Ace
to check.
queen. Can we see Michael's hand?
Nope.
Ace jack, ace 10? No?
No, he's going to muck it. He's not happy at all. So
Okay.
I reckon once
He
we
should've done.
confirm that hand, Billy, I think you were right. I think it looks like an ace jack, ace 10 kind of hand, which makes perfect sense. So
I didn't like Ricky's check at the end.
on the
there.
river, you think he could have extracted? Well,
Yep.
he certainly could have extracted more. Now up to 2 million. So Ricky going through a bit of a roller coaster ride, and we got Scott Stewart at 790. 21 players remain before we crown a champion. Tonight we play down to 7. Tomorrow we pick up the action and a final table. Every player earning over $200,000, but the top 2 are going to have 7-figure payday. It's going to be a huge day tomorrow. But tonight, stick with us. Our coverage. If you've got any questions, please put them into the chat.
Now, where were we? I was talking about Shane Warne. Anyway,
Oh,
so Shane
what
Warne,
a guy.
Shane Warne and Joe were at the Rio, and all these people coming up, and they come up. Oh, please, do you mind if we get a photo, please? Mind if we get a photo? And Shane goes, "Yep, no problem." He goes, "Oh, thanks, buddy." And the guy gives Shane the camera and puts his arms around Joe.
I remember that.
You remember that,
Yeah,
Dave?
yeah.
And Shane's going, "What? Because in America, they don't know
Shane
anything
would
about
have had a
cricket.
good laugh about that,
You
I
know.
would imagine.
No, look, he was a gentleman. I love Shane. We got on really, really well, and clashed a few times over the poker table, and absolute gentleman. And as you said, Paul, he would always get up. He always be friendly. Now, what's happened? Dean Beach is 0%. What's that mean?
No, this is
Oh, I went to showdown.
this is the showdown. So that really does tell you how much information the players are giving away, especially
Okay.
the bigger chapters. So for me, the less I was always brought up in this game to say the less information you give away, the better at the table, and I think that still stands. A lot of the great players love to come away when they haven't gone to showdown a lot. We saw that when the G's Naj the other day was playing, and he virtually built his stack. A third of his stack and didn't show down a single hand doing it. So
And-
it was very
and
difficult for the players to pick up information.
Absolute brute of a player, Nash.
Yeah,
brute.
yeah.
I hate playing with him on the
Really
table.
enjoyed watching him. Would never want to play with him.
Yeah, he's a general. Actually,
He's a
gentleman,
lovely
Nash.
guy.
We get on
Yeah.
really well,
Yeah.
but he is tough. He is a tough opponent to play against. Okay, these guys are folding.
Yeah, it looks like we're in that pocket now, just before the final table action, where often you're waiting, and this tests your patience and stamina as a player, right?
Absolutely, it's a marathon.
Well, as you can see, we have one chip leader with 103 bigs, and the second is 82. The rest of them are all sitting in a dangerous area.
Yeah.
You know, you sit with 40 bigs, you run to a person with 23, and all of a sudden you switch positions.
Thank you so much for our compliments in the chat there. A lot of people complimenting our commentary. Of course, I'm not sure what the traffic will be like after Tony and Billy join the commentary booth. We'll have to look at the data to tell us whether the people at home are enjoying this. Some people are having a bit of a go. You don't like the comedy? Well, with these two, anything's possible. But the thing that has always amazed me about you two is quite talent underneath. You've both got about 1,000 years of experience at the table together, and you both played with so many players over the years, but you're still here, you're still playing, and you're mixing it with the young guys. That's not easy.
Well, Paul, I've been playing since Moses came down with the 15 commandments. He lost 5 of them in a poker game, so that's why he had only 10. Anyway, let's get back to the action.
To the chat guys who are contributing, sometimes asking about the cards. Yes, we've had over the last couple of days, as we brought the live stream for the Aussie Millions back to life, we've, of course, when we encounter technical issues, and that is an absolute normal part of a live stream, we often cannot resolve those technical issues until there's a break. So if sometimes it appears that the cards are appearing and then sometimes not, that is quite normal. That's what we're here for, to bring you through. So it gives you the live feel, and no different to watching on the rail. However, sometimes those issues get resolved at the break, and then we can show you the cards as well. There is our chip count with Dejan Boskovic sitting atop on this final table with over 4 million. Scott Stewart, the short stack at 770, but still comfortable. We are down to 21.
Okay, now Nathan Marshall has just requested, if you can help me here, Paul, a little bit. What are the payouts? As you can see, Nathan, there's 21 players left. 18 to 23 are going to pick up $48,510. The next jump will be $60,830, followed by 12 to 14, 77, 10 to 11 for 107,800, and then we make close to the final table. The final table is only going to be 7, Paul, as the Aussie Millions is always normally 6-handed or 7-handed. It's only be 7-handed. 8th and 9th, 154,000, and then the final table.
Now, 36 players, we went to 6-handed, and then we're going to go to 7, which is always one more on the final table. Tell us about how it does go 6-handed and how that differs from other tournaments.
Well, it's actually huge, because making it 6-handed, you have to. I always call it the CPR, and they go, what's CPR? Cost per round.
Yeah.
Now, the cost per round in this particular case, we have the blinds at, as you can see, at 20,000, 40,000. Is that correct? Where are the blinds? I'm just trying to see where the blinds. Yeah, 2040. So basically, it's costing you 100,000 per round.
Yep.
So if there's 8-handed, so every 8 hands, it's going to cost you 100,000. 6-handed, every 6 hands, it's going to cost you 100,000. So you've got to rock and roll a little bit more. You can't sit on the fence on this particular case. Okay, so if you're sitting there with, let's say, example, 20 bigs, which is not great, but it's reasonably comfortable. Okay, 20 bigs is 800,000 at this level. It's going to cost you in 6 rounds. Now, you don't have as many rounds as you do when you've got 8 players on the table.
And that's to our listeners out there that aspire one day to winning an Aussie Millions. You really do need to have different gears, stamina, ability to play different periods in the tournament, so short stacks and also long stacks.
Yeah, and also the range of hands. Your ace jack now becomes, if it's short-handed, it's a lot stronger than a full ring table.
Correct. Tony's spot on there. Tony, what's your best finish in the Aussie Millions, the main event?
I think 22nd.
22nd. What'd you get that year?
A couple of hundred, I think.
Okay, good.
Well, let me ask you, how much are you paying the person in the chat that said Tony Hashem is the GOAT of Australian poker?
Hold on, and that was
Super Cyber Fund.
That was from Jessica Hashem.
What a
Thank you, Super Cyber Fun. Oh, thanks, cuz.
Look, I hope you're enjoying the stream out there, folks. Obviously, this card issue is a bit of a problem, even for us, because we're flying blind as well.
But it does happen in broadcast and live webcast. It's the difference between all those years of playing where television, did kind of make us more spoiled in watching 11 sweet hands at a TV show, and they were handpicked out of thousands of hands, whereas now webcast is. This is what happens in a webcast. Sometimes technical difficulties. This is very normal. and it's broadcast over long periods of time. So just stick with us. We've got a three-way hand here, raised from Dejan in the cutoff, and it is called by both Hugh and Michael, who's in the big blind. So flop comes king, queen, 7, 2 diamonds. Dejan's going to bet out.
110.
Dejan's very, very aggressive. He's got the chip lead now. He's going to keep putting the hammer on.
Oh, you guys are 8.
Makes it 110. Back to Hugh now. Hugh with over 3 million in chips, the short stack at one time at this table. Really rock and rolling.
So Hugh's the actual button here. So he does have position on Dejan in this particular hand. So let's see what he does.
So Michael checks, Dejan bets, Hugh is reaching for chips. Calls, back over to Michael, gets out of the way. Two remain.
Now Dejan's got to be careful here because they're both very deep.
The turn, a 4 of hearts.
Okay, there's 520,000 in the middle.
Action on Dejan, quickly checks, back to Hugh.
Okay. So basically it's identifying Dejan as either a one-pair hand. He hasn't got king, queen, he hasn't got a set. Hugh's staring him down.
He checks behind.
Okay.
We go to the river.
All right, 2 checks and a bank card, and away we go.
And it is a 6 of diamonds, so...
Very interesting card there,
Yeah.
Tony and Paul. Let's see what happens. He's checked it. Okay, so I'm going to say Dejan's got like a king or a queen. And Hugh, if he had 10 jack only, maybe would have a crack at it. And then let's see what if he does. If he's got the flush, he's got a value better, obviously. So let's see what he does. Maybe they both got like one pair hands. No, he's reaching for
reach
chips.
for chips.
Let's see what he bets here.
520 in the middle.
He bet 250. So he's bet 50% of the pot.
This would be difficult for Dejan if he's got something like a queen jack or a queen 10.
Yeah. And he's folded.
And he lets it go and taps the table. So,
right, so
Hugh takes some nice chips there, building back up to 3.5 million now, taking a little bit out of our chip leader and closing that gap.
Now, we lost a stream yesterday, folks, so you didn't get to see the bubble. Well, I'm going to talk to Tony about the bubble, and because I wouldn't have played it anywhere near, but it was a really, really weird couple of hands with a couple of players to go. Josh McSweeney, who I know very well, is a very, very, very talented player.
Good player.
With 40 bigs, decides to raise 2 bigs, gets re-raised out of position by Jackson Young to 10 bigs, and he decided to shove close to 40 bigs with King Jack of clubs. Now the question is, Tony, well, viewers, what hands do you call with? Like you probably, unless you've read it on Poker News. So you're on the Stone Cold bubble, $20,000 is a prize. So viewers, tell me what hands are you going to call with now? He's made it 2 bigs. Well, let's call it, make it easy. He made it 20,000, you made it 100,000. He's now made it 400,000. You've got 460,000. So what? And
we're on the bubble.
And we're Stone Cold bubble. So if we lose one more player,
that's a great question.
So so viewers, what are you going to call with now?
It all depends on whether you really want to make the money or do you want to win the event. Now, for me, if I've got a pocket pair in that spot, or ace queen, ace king, more than likely, what do you say?
No, keep going.
Okay. And look, more than likely, if you're getting my opinion, if I've got ace queen there, ace queen I'm folding, ace king I'm calling.
Yep, that's fine.
Pocket pairs, anywhere from 10s and above, I'm making that call. Okay. I'm more than happy to fold 7s, 8s in that spot.
Okay, the question now I'm going to ask you, Tony, is would you really make it? Would you really raise 5x out of position with 7s and 8s? And
Not
9s?
a chance.
There you go.
I'd flat.
So here's the answer probably where the guy's now out of position. He's not going to raise with 6s, 7s, 8s and 9s right on the Stone Cold bubble, I believe. Anyway, I wouldn't. So his hand has to be pretty powerful. So
I would say ace jack, ace queen at best, maybe king queen.
Anyway, the hands were King Jack of clubs by Josh McSweeney, and Jackson Young took absolute ages. Okay, we've got some action.
Just going to rejoin the action for a moment as it seems to be heating up here. So once again, Dejan and Hugh in a hand. It goes bet call. raise call, I beg your pardon. Then it goes to the flop, which is a very wet board, right? 10 of diamonds, 7, 9. It goes bet and call. Action is on Dejan.
And
The
it's
pot now up to 450,000. These two have gone at it a couple of times now, right?
So this is where whoops.
So he's going to bet 375 now, so it's a much heftier bet. And now back over to Hugh.
Where's Hugh from, Paul? Do you know? You're not sure?
I believe we can confirm, but I think he's a Melbourneian.
Melbourneian,
yes.
okay. All right.
I'll confirm that.
Because I've played with Dijon, I've played with Michael Kanan. I just don't remember playing with Hugh.
Michael Canan's from Sydney, yeah?
Yeah. Great player. Very solid.
He's come a long way.
Yep. We've got comedians over here asking when the meat and wine specials on. Thanks, boys.
We can take that offline. Meanwhile, and it's a fold. So Dejan takes a nice hand here, and he will move back up to 4.3. Hugh Nguyen 3.3. Scott Stewart 690. Still with 17 big blinds. Blinds are at 20 and 40. And we are 21 players remaining, playing down to 7 today, and that will be the final table of the Aussie Millions. Tomorrow, we crown a champion.
I tell you what, it really has been an exciting 2 weeks.
Well, we've got the right partners. We were talking earlier about the partnerships. We've talked about CrownBet, but partners like Pepperstone, who are sort of the leading online and in terms of broker and finance services. So really good support from our partners like Pepperstone. Also, we've got our reporting and media partners in Poker Media and Poker News. But the right ingredients and the right timing is the feeling. But cautious optimism. I've been repeating that on rote all week. And then opening event, it exploded. And here we are with a 770 number against the main event. It's really hard to believe. It's fantastic.
What about the opening event?
Oh, incredible.
2,000 and what 2,100 players?
Yeah, really big.
And a 2.7 pool on $1 million guaranteed. Like, it really was. It's amazing. Even the mystery bounty, $90,000, the prize right up top for a $1,500 event.
Scott Stewart
crazy
here.
numbers.
Okay, let's get back
calling
to
the big blind, and Dejan checking the big blind, I believe. The flop comes ace high. Scott Stewart with king, queen of spades. Nothing much for him. And he's going to bet here. And a turn, a spade. Interesting card, 6 of spades now.
I like the double barrel here. Oh, no. Come on. You got to go for it.
Commentator's curse. He checks, gives Dejan the option here. He's asking how much he's got in his stack.
Okay.
Scott with 600k. It looks like Dejan's going to fire here. No, he checks. The river is a king of clubs, so Scott will
I actually think
strike.
I think Scott's got the best hand. I really do. With the king. If Dijon had bet on the turn, I would have loved to see Scott jam it right in his face, because he's representing a stronger. Here we go.
Scott betting into the big stack.
Yeah.
And it is called very quickly, so it looks as though Scott will take it down. Whatever Dejan called with.
Yep.
Went into the muck. So Scott with a really nice hand there and pick up.
Yep.
And there's your VPIP stats, so voluntarily putting your chips in the middle. Dejan, obviously, the big stack. They tend to be the most aggressive players. But once again, Scott Stewart, who didn't start, but he got to 335 at one stage, got it up above $1 million, slid back down to 770. He's now back at 935. Our man from the US, California. Long Beach, California is the last US player remaining in the field, and we've dropped another player, so we're now down to 20.
Okay, so we're getting close now. It's still the payouts 48,510 if you get knocked out now. Still a lovely, healthy day, but if you can get the 17th, you jump up $12,000 extra to 60,830. Paul, explain to the viewers what's VIP or VIP.
VPIP. So that's the stat that says how often is a player voluntarily putting their chips into the pot. So rather than instigated, when are they choosing to be? And that tends to be a stat that's equated to the most aggressive players. And you would expect that from some of the big stacks, but some of the middle stacks are also quite aggressive. This stat is connected directly to style.
Now, the reason I brought that up is because I want the viewers to understand. In 2024, I hadn't been to Vegas for a while, and I decided to go with Ash and the boys, and Daniel Hashem was there. And there it is, 4 o'clock in the morning, and we're playing 5-10 PLO with the Rock. Not with the Croc, with the Rock. Anyway, as you know, I never stop talking on the poker tables, and I'm going, oh, Daniel...
Just on a poker table?
Yeah. Listen, I'll do the
comedy.
Listen, buddy, I'll do the jokes.
Hang on. Let's just all jokes.
Go,
Because Scott
right.
Stewart's raised it up to 80k. Dejan Boscovich, they're going at it straight away. Dejan Boscovich has raised to 240, and Scott Stewart has quickly called. So the pot now just over $500,000. They go at it around 2 or 3.
Now,
I can't remember. how many
viewers, I think Dijon's actually got a hand here. He's 3-bet out of the small blind. And I always keep telling people, if you get 3-bet out of the small or big blind, their hands are normally a lot stronger than if you get 3-bet in position in the cut-off and the dealer bump.
When you had queens, was Dejan in the small blind?
He was actually in the big blind.
There you go.
He was actually in the big blind.
Legit question. The flop is 7, deuce, 3, and a fire out of 115. That seems like quite a lot bet.
No, there's plenty in the middle, so he's only bet about a fifth of the pot.
This is my point.
Yep. And
it's
this
is a thin bet.
Yep. But he's probably, I think he's got a reasonable hand, Dijon. I really do.
It's a quick call from Scott Stewart, so the turn.
Okay.
A queen of hearts.
Now, Scott Stewart called very quickly. We can't see the cards. I'm tipping both players. I'm tipping Scott Stewart's got a pair, like a pair in his hand.
I was going to say both players have.
I don't know. Well, okay, he's checked the turn.
I think what's funny, just before that, I thought maybe Scott Stewart's got queens.
No, queens he would have jammed pre. I'm giving Scott Stewart eights or nines here. Could have a flop of 7s. Yeah,
no, I meant Dejan.
Oh, sorry, Dejan. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a possibility, check the turn, but I think you just keep barreling. 190, here we go. Let's see now. Yep.
Dejan looks like he's going to give it up.
I think he's got like
ace.
Yeah,
it looked like he had an ace, and he didn't like folding that hand. So once again, Scott Stewart now moved up to 1.37 million. That is really interesting because twice now he's been on on the fumes, and now he's built himself back up. Dejan for the first time drops to 3.7 million, obviously with tons of chips.
Plenty of chips. Plenty.
Now 20 players remain, only 13 off the final table. These are the moments where if you have a lapse in concentration, one moment, it can really hurt and you can spiral, right?
Well, with the structure being so good, this is going to take a while, folks. We are 13 away from the final table, but my estimate is you're going to be at least for another 4.5 hours minimum. Okay? I won't be, because I'm going to have to go get something to eat. But let me finish off the story. So there's Daniel sitting in C1. On my left-hand side was Stephen from California. Then I had Sally from Miami. There was a gentleman, I called him Mike, from Michigan. And after about an hour and a half, Mike looks up and he goes, "What the hell, Crocodile? You haven't stopped talking, you haven't stopped drinking, and your VIP must be about 5%. At that the table just didn't say a word. So I just looked in and I said, "Mike, are you sure it's that high?" And the whole table burst out laughing, and Michael started laughing, and it was fine. But all of a sudden, Anyway, let's get back to the action. Paul?
We got Dejan Boscovich raising it up. He's been uber aggressive with his stack, and an aggressive player, as you said earlier, Billy. Ricky Vikas, one-time chip leader on this table, he's managed it. It dropped to 1.5 at one stage, back up to 1.9. They go at it. It goes check, back to Dejan. Checks behind. The turn, an 8 of spades. The board becoming more interesting now. Back over to Ricky, who was defending in his big blind.
Did Ricky cop a bad beat, or he just lost?
Initially, it was a flip, and then he started to recover from there. So most players that have shorted on this, have taken a hit, have managed to recover. He's going to reach for chips here, Ricky. Makes a bet of 200,000 over to Dejan.
He's
Looks like he's calling.
Okay.
We see a river. It is a king of clubs.
That should be Dejan's range rather than Ricky's range. So let's see what happens here.
$20 players remain in the 2026 Aussie Millions. You can tell by the implied pressure and tension in the room. things have quietened down now. Every hand meaning lots of money to these players. That's what you're sensing through the broadcast, even though we're having a grand old time here. Ricky puts the card, the time card in, which means he gets another 30 seconds. We've seen this card used so much this week in almost a theatre sense.
Well, look, it's, you know, sometimes players use it. Here we go, hold on. Paul, looks like he's having a big bet here. What's he doing? No, he's made a big bet indeed. No, he didn't fold. He made a big bet. And
it was a quick fold from Dijon, so Ricky
Dijon
takes it down and moves back up to 2.2 million in chips. And
Crocky, what do you want from Uber Eats? One of the the viewers.
Look, I'll be
don't let
back.
him leave. You've got fans.
You got fans, Crocky. Is that your mum?
Hey, Uncle George, how are you, buddy?
George, malaka.
Oh my goodness. Now, at this moment, I might say a shout out to my children who are listening at the moment. Please, Jackson and Jonah, do not listen to Billy or Uncle Tony in any way or anything they say, especially these stories. They've got children and that we know of, and they are really good humans, even though they are very colourful on the air.
Crocky, quick question.
Yes,
what
sir.
would you do? Firstly, what's your favourite tournament in the world? And if you're going to make a final table, other than the World Series of Poker, because obviously that's the pinnacle, what would it be? Would it be a WPT, Aussie Millions, EPT, or even the Australian Poker Tour final table main event?
Hold that thought. We'll just go to the hand. Dejan Boskovic raising it up once again. Michael Kanan, who's been quiet of late in terms of activity. He's called here out of the big blind to defend. Dejan, you've got to hand it to him. Puts a lot of pressure on the big blinds. Raising it up. It goes bet call, the turn. Another king. Michael with the action.
Well, Michael's called the flop, so he should have a king or a jack here. He's checked again. Now, let's see what happened to Dijon. Dijon, he know that Michael's a pretty solid player. Well, he's betting again.
Fire again.
Okay, so he's putting the pressure right on Michael here.
He does, 200,000.
Okay, that's a pretty sizable bet. There was 300 in the pot. He's bet 200, so he's bet 60% of the pot.
He doesn't believe that Michael's got a king, so he's putting him to a test.
I think Dijon could have a king.
No, he's going to let it go. And I'd just like to bring your attention, ladies and gentlemen, you can't see it on the screen right now. We will have photos on the website very shortly, but I can see now, with 20 players remaining, the Aussie Millions ring has come out. And that is some kind. There are lots of guesses onto the value of this ring. It's already been, tons and tons of photos. But if you like, get on our website and you can check out the photos of the ring
Paul,
at this point.
So has it really come out now? Right now?
The ring.
Yeah.
Quick, Tony, pass my phone.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen.
Uncle Charlie, come quick. Bring the boys.
We're gonna. Thank God we're gonna take a break in the action because I need maybe a shot of alcohol here after some time with Tony and Billy in the booth. But we will return after the player break. Enjoying our coverage of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Thanks to CrownBet. We'll see you shortly.
Paul, absolute pleasure as usual.
Thanks,
Tony,
Paul.
thank you very much. I'll see you
You
guys
didn't
at a
answer
later
my
date.
question though.
Okay. So
let's take it to the bar. Let's take it to the bar. Thanks, boys.
Take it to the bar.
The 2026 Aussie Millions kicked off with an absolute bang at our charity poker event. Legends providing GP care to some of the most vulnerable people on our streets. The room was stacked. Poker royalty Joe Hasham, AFL greats and Crown Resorts executives all in the mix. And taking down the title, Andrew Bassett, St Kilda Footy Club president, crowned 2026 Aussie Millions Celebrity Event Champion.
Thank you, Danny. Good luck, guys. Shuffle up and deal.
Today we officially launch a series. It's a $1,500 no-limit hold'em opening event, expecting 1,000 runners and backed by a $1 million guaranteed prize pool. Dan, what do you think of the opening event?
Fantastic. I think we have over 200 runners, and it's a new poker room, so looking forward to getting in there.
I'm with Troy here, one of our tournament directors here at Crowns. Troy, how's day one going?
Look, it's going really good so far. Still got 5 hours left of registration. Already got 224 players. Expecting quite a few more today and an even bigger tomorrow.
Super. Satellites are firing all day. There are plenty of ways to book your seat in the side events and the main. And for everyone asking, yes, the hats are here. Swing by the Aussie Millions merch booth Next to the registration for hats and heaps of other slick merch. Plenty of satellites, plenty of shots, plenty of poker. We'll see you tomorrow for opening event Flight 2 and Event 2 Horse. Let's go! Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Today on Anzac Day, remember those who served and those who gave their lives. We honour their courage, sacrifice and spirit, lest we forget. Aussie Millions 2026 officially underway, and what a start!
Hello, welcome back to Aussie Millions 2026.
Welcome back, Aussie Millions.
Aussie Millions is back, baby.
Opening event Day 1A pulled in a massive 406 entries, with 56 players bagging chips after a full day of fireworks. Leading the charge is Zin Lee, sitting pretty with a monster 810k stack, with Jane St Marcus hot on the heels on 671k, followed by John Chu 604k and Jason Wang on 563. All putting themselves in prime position heading into Day 2. Frankie B here in the Players Lounge, sponsored by Pepperstone Trading with David Gore, 2011 main event winner. David, what are your chances this year?
I think they're good. As good as anyone else.
Good luck, Dave. Hope you do well, mate.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
It's great. It's great that Aussie Millions is back. Finally get to deal the horse again, which is just incredible. It's a great challenge, and good luck to all the players.
The action keeps rolling today with Event 2, Horse, kicking off at 2:10 p.m, including a main event rebuy satellite tonight at 9:10 p.m. Every day during Aussie Millions, Royal Stacks available. Order online. See Zach. $20 for the burgers, $5 for the shake. Good. Big fields, big stacks, big chances. See you on the floor. Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Day 3, one word, record-breaking numbers.
Frankie, that's 2 words.
Day 3 of the 2026 Aussie Millions at Crown Melbourne delivered a massive day of poker action. Flight 1B attracted a huge field of 589 entries, officially pushing the tournament past the 1 million guarantee. By the end of the play, 86 players successfully bagged chips and advanced. Sitting atop the leaderboard is Subramanyam Vanapathy, who dominated the field to close the day with an impressive 930k stack, positioning themselves well heading into the next stage. Over in the 2.5k horse event, a record 64 players took part, with 18 players returning today. Sasha Mann leads the way, but the pressure is on, with 2 Aussie Millions ambassadors still in the hunt, Joe Hasham and Van Marcus, both chasing the title. With 9 players reaching the money and a strong 43k first prize awaiting the winner, the stage is set for an exciting finish. I'm with Mixed Game Academy Shannon Vandenberg, Director of Poker and Director of Tournaments. I'd like to thank you for your contribution that you brought to the horse game, and we've got a record field this year. What do you think about the Aussie Millions after a 6-year hiatus?
Mate, it has been 6 years, been a long time, and the numbers that you guys are producing, this opening event is nuts. The experience in the last couple of days, given that you guys haven't been doing this that often, deal has been fantastic, the TDs have been great, and obviously I sit back and I'm looking back, I do this stuff all the time. A couple of tweaks, I loved it, so yeah, had a great time. Deal is fantastic, TDs are great, everybody's friendly, and the community of the mixed game players is just great.
Well, good luck in the 8 game next week.
Thank you, mate.
Fresh off an overseas flight, poker's ultimate grinder, multi-bracelet winner, and serial champion Michael Mizraki has arrived ready to make his mark once again. What do you think of Australia so far in Melbourne?
Well, I just got here. You know, it's a long haul to get here. It took about 18 hours of flying, a little jet lag. So my first buy-in, I didn't play so well. I was a little too tired, but I was like, I'm gonna come back in and win it. I'm gonna play really strong later. But I love it here. It's amazing. The venue, they treat you. Best people in the world. I love the Crown. I've lost Millions. It's been a while since we had it, and I'm glad to be here and be the face of it.
And you're gonna have dinner now?
Gonna have dinner now, freshen up a little bit. I was trying to take a nap, but it's not gonna look good for the nap. But hopefully the dinner doesn't put me back to sleep. But after that, I'll come back, play the horse, and crush him.
We love having you, mate.
Thanks,
good luck,
man.
eh?
Thanks for having me. Thanks, Frank. Thank you, guys.
Feeling a little sore? Call over the guys from Best Hands Massage. At $2.50 a minute, you'll feel $1 million in no time. When there's buzzing, cards are in the air. We'll see you on the tables tomorrow. Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Frankie B here, and what a day! Another record-smashing Aussie Millions 2026, and the energy in the room is absolutely electric. This series is not just delivering, it's erupting. We have officially crowned our first Aussie Millions 2026 champion, and it's a big one. Sasha Mann stands tall after going the distance at Event 2 Horse, logging up the title at $43,200 in prize money. Second place, the ever-dangerous Gary Benson. Third place, none other than our own 2026 Aussie Millions ambassador, Van Marcus. Pure class, pure experience. I'm here with Sasha Mann, winner of Event 2 Horse. Congratulations on your win, Sasha.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, and just coming off the back of a big win over in Europe.
So it was my third time Irish Open. From the first time I managed to get a trophy there, and it was also in a horse tournament. So I had a mission. And
nice
now
one.
I did it.
Wearing the same hat? Were you wearing the same hat?
Yeah, I'm wearing the same hat, actually. Yeah, if you look at the pictures of the Irish Open, that's now going to be my lucky hat forever.
And you're chip leader coming into today.
I had a bit, I was a bit, had a good run tilt, I call it. I gave away some chips early, and I had to, reset myself, and then, it went pretty well. I hit some good boards, and people didn't believe me, so here we are.
Excellent. So we've had a German take out first event, Event 2 in a horse. Congratulations again, Sasha.
Thank you very much, Frankie.
Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Just when you thought the 2026 Aussie Millions couldn't get any bigger, we're breaking records all over again. Momentum is absolutely electric. Event 1 has reached a point where legacies are made. We're down to the final 20 players, and it's Spencer Davies setting the pace with a dominant 11.2 million in chips, putting himself in prime position as we head towards the finish line. And from here on out, every decision, every pot, and every hand truly matters. All remaining players have now locked up 16,500, but let's be clear, that's not the goal. Sitting at the very top is a massive 438.5k first prize, and the action doesn't stop there. Event 3, the 5k 6 max, is officially a beast, already boasting a $1 million prize pool, stacked with elite talent and fast-paced poker at its finest. Today also marks the start of Event 4, the always wild mystery bounty, where every knockout could be huge and no stack is ever safe. Plus, Event 5, the Hyper Turbo No Limit Hold'em is kicking off. Pure speed, pure intensity, no room to breathe. What are women bringing to the poker table these days?
I think women want to be seen as just poker players, not women poker players sort of thing. So I think, it takes a lot of guts as a girl to step up into a room or even just a table full of men. It's quite intimidating. So if you see ladies out there, trying, just try to be nice. Most gentlemen are beautiful out there. I've never had any issues. I love all the poker boys. I've got so many great friends. But girls are generally a little bit scared. Yeah,
good on you, Tatiana.
So,
enjoy the event.
Thank
love
you.
it.
Nice to meet
you. You too. I'm here with my friend Kate. After a 6-year hiatus, Aussie Millions is back. What do you think, Kate?
I'm loving it. I think it should be here more often, and we need to get more women involved in poker. I love the game. I love how exciting it is. I love how Crown's brought it back, and we're going to have a great, great tournament. We want you all here.
Excellent. And Jennifer Tilley came years ago.
I love her. She was one of the reasons why I got into poker. I love the way she plays. She's so stylish, and I love glam in poker. So, it brings a little bit of fun and excitement to the game. And yeah, I just think she's amazing. Yeah.
We're so glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Feeling thirsty? Grab a Peroni for $9.40 at the Lumiere Bar, right next to the poker room. Can't go wrong. Records are falling, pressure is rising. This is the Aussie Millions, and day 4 is absolutely delivering. Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Frankie B here. It's your day 5 wrap from the 2026 Aussie Millions. Let's go! And we've got champions, chip leaders, and a whole lot still to play for. Event 1, the $1,500 no limit hold'em, done and dusted. It's Josh Deuce standing tall, taking down the title and a massive 438k payday. Huge result, huge moment. I'm here with Josh Deuce, winner of Event 1, $1 million guaranteed, $1,500 no limit hold'em. Josh, how do you feel?
Mate, incredible. It was, big 3 days, like one of the biggest fields I've ever played live. And it's just awesome. Like first tournament in Aussie Millions this year, and it's awesome that it's back. It's just incredible run. Got really lucky, but yeah, it was amazing.
6-year hiatus, and you're our first event winner.
Yeah,
great.
Yeah, it's insane. So I'm definitely excited for the rest of the series, but it's awesome to get a win in the first tournament.
Is this your first? Is this your biggest win?
Yeah, by far. Previous live biggest cash was like 40,000 Australian. So, yeah, biggest win by far.
That's fantastic. And you're from the Gold Coast, yeah?
Gold Coast, yeah. But yeah, love coming to Melbourne. Like we come all the time for Formula One, the tennis and stuff like that. So it's awesome that the Aussie Millions is back, and yeah, look forward to it.
Now you played in 2018 in this same event.
Yeah.
Tell us that story.
Yeah, so I think it was one of the first, if not the first, Aussie Millions event I ever played, so 8 years ago. And yeah, got a cool photo with Shane Warne, obviously, yeah, an Australian hero. And yeah, it was kind of cool to win the same event that we played 8 years ago.
We've had record numbers here at the 2026 Aussie Millions. How's the experience been for you?
Look, it's been probably the best in Australia by far, and it's just amazing for the Aussie Millions to come back. Like, big props to the whole staff at Crown, Danny, the whole crew. The dealers are amazing as well, even just chatting to them, talking about watches and stuff. So the dealers have been fantastic, and I think as a player, like, everyone really respects that, and the numbers don't lie. Like, you know, over 2,000 players just for the opening event. I think this is going to set the testament for, you know, what's to come for the Aussie Millions and Crown for the future. So I'm really excited to see what happens.
You beat 2,143 players for this title.
Yeah.
That's just awesome.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Good on you. Event 5, the Hyper Turbo. Blink, and we missed it. And it's Josh Graham who comes out on top.
You are watching the 2026 Aussie Millions here at Crown Melbourne, thanks to Crown Bet. And we are 20 players remaining in this main event. Only 20. Tonight we will play down to a final table of 7 players. And of course a whopping $7.7 million prize pool with a first prize of $1.6+ million. Second prize, a little over $1 million, and the rest is the rest, because lots of money given away on the final table. I'm sitting here, my name is Paul Curry. I'm with Ben Blaschke, and we are taking it home to crown a champion. Of course, our partners, Pepperstone, our #1 trading partner out there for those who need a broker, a leading broker in Australia. Our media partners, Poker Media Australia and Poker News, bringing you all the updates. Ben Blaschke. We've seen tons of action, to be fair. We've also survived Billy the Croc and Tony Hashem at the same time. I don't know whether that gave you any more respect for me, having dealt with that. I noticed you ran out of the booth quickly. You got me really good.
Well, look, Crocky's got 1,000 stories.
Oh my
doesn't
goodness!
He? Yeah. So, look, for those joining the stream now, we do apologise. There are technical issues, which is why you cannot see the cards. It's not deliberate. We've had a few issues with the RFID.
Fair question.
People are asking, so we're going to tell you that, of course, we'd love to be showing you the cards. That is being looked at tonight as best as possible. Certainly, at the worst case, I understand there is some stuff happening overnight with a view to having those whole cards available for the final table tomorrow. If we can get that back up earlier, we certainly will. So working on that. But in the meantime, Paul and I are flying blind, but we'll try and provide as much colour and entertainment as we can. As Paul said, we just had Tony Hashem and Billy the Croc on as special guests. We do have some more special guests coming. We are told that Michael Mizraki will be joining us tonight,
That'll be a big one.
which will be exceptional. So I'm sure he's got all sorts of interesting stories to tell from his many achievements, and of course none bigger than what he did last year at the World Series of Poker. Absolutely stunning. So we're hoping to get the grinder on, hoping to get Van Marcus back. He's currently playing the PLO, I believe. So
I'm sure we'll see him and Joe in either today or tomorrow as we rejoin the play. A pot has emerged here between Michael Kanan and Dejan Boskovic. I'm sure you've been watching. It goes bet call on the flop, and now on the turn a repeat 7. And there's more betting going on. This pot's growing. Dejan's been really active, betting 140 here into the pot. Round to Michael, who's got 870 left, messing with the big stack, and he's reaching to call. So we're going to see a river, and the pot's over $750,000. It is another 8, an 8 of spades. Action on Dejan. Michael with position. He checks over to Michael now. 730 in his stack, 755 in the pot.
Yes, so decision for Michael. Is Dean betting for value on the turn? Is he opening the door for Michael to bet here? We will see.
He's reaching for chips.
I heard the all-in call there from Michael. So.
And Dejan quickly folding, so no messing around. We remain at 20. There is the chip count. So Hayne Nguyen, who was the one-time short stack, has now taken the chip lead. Dejan just slipping to 3.2 million. And of course, our short stack is Scott Stewart, who's resurrected himself from 330-odd thousand to 1.2 million. He's done it really well. A history, and our final international US player, I should say, in the field.
Yeah, Scott Stewart, 2024 WPT World Championship winner, winner of the main event in Las Vegas 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago. So WPT ring for Scott Stewart. Of course, Michael Kanan, many achievements for Michael. He has many trophies in the cabinet, but certainly the 2017 WSOP Circuit Sydney is a standout for Michael. Michael's a bit of a veteran on the scene. I remember first running into Michael, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago. You know, we've got a few players in the field that have been around for a long time. Andrew Hinrichsen is sitting at a table not too far from us, doing very well today as well. So I haven't seen Andrew for a while, but good to see him doing well.
Look at this, Michael Kanan raising it up to 100,000 in the cutoff. Scott Stewart 3-betting him on the button to 240, and Dejan Boskovic is sitting there in the small blind, and this looks like he's picked up a hand out of position. He's pulled a time card forward to buy himself an extra 30 seconds, but he's having a good look around. "19 players, we've lost one. We are now 12 players away from a final table. Hard to believe. Look at this, he puts another time card in. Now, we talk almost every time somebody puts a time card in, but these cards have been used in very different ways this week. But this, well, what do I know? But that seems a genuine process of thinking. He then folds. So be very interested to find out what he's got in that hand. And win 3.1 million in chips now. Folds, gets back to Michael Kanan in the face of a 3-bet from Scott Stewart. And he's going to make the call. We're going to see a flop. So 1.2 million in Michael's stack. Scott Stewart with 1. This could be a really vital hand in the context of either of these guys' tournament run. The flop comes 3 deuce deuce. Pot 600k. Action on Michael Kanan. He checks over to Scott Stewart, who has the button. Reaches for chips. 605 in the pot. He bets 110. Pretty thin again. Seen a lot of this. Over to Michael now. Calls. We're going to see a turn. The pot builds. 825 in the middle now. The turn is an 8 of hearts. Michael checks again over to Scott. Will he fire one more time? Each pot bringing its own amount of pressure. You can see in the background, average stack 2.4 million. Both of these guys have got well under the average. Time card thrown in, buys another 30 seconds. Really high stakes now, pardon the pun. 19 players remain. There you see the stat in the background on the bottom right of the screen. 770 players began this tournament. 19 remain. He bets all of it, he says, all of it. If you want to call my bet this time, sir, it's going to take all your chips. What a statement bet from Scott Stewart.
Yeah, putting the hammer down and out, seeing, certainly representing a big pair with the pre-flop 3-bet and firing away on the flop and the turn. So pressure on Michael, getting a count. Obviously has a decision to make here, Michael.
Michael would be left with very little if he was wrong, but he has asked for the count, yeah.
Doesn't restart.
And he folds. He announces folds. I think he asked the question, which I was thinking out loud a moment ago, before the coverage, is does the clock start after the chip count in terms of, please confirm how many chips that is. Does the clock start? And it doesn't. It doesn't include that because the 30 seconds ran down. That's my understanding. We can confirm that with Danny McDonough.
Typically, the clock has been stopped during a series when someone has asked for a count, and as soon as that count is declared, the
then
clock
you got
restarts.
30 seconds, yeah. But some players might use that as an advantage.
Absolutely.
So we need to confirm that. As that would make sense to me. But again, Scott Stewart now moving up to 1.7 million. Michael Kanaan sort of slipping now to 1.1. Again, 19 players remain. Tension with every hand now because pay jumps are, you know, regular in every way. But nobody's really thinking about the immediate pay jump. What they're all thinking about is making that final table an Aussie Millions glory. And we're not far. You are within arm's reach. And to be fair, there's going to be 12 players that are going to be pretty devastated walking out tonight.
Scott Stewart was pretty much crippled earlier in a big all-in.
Down to 330, yeah, absolutely.
Ace King against Queens, I believe it was, and crippled down to just over 300,000. Then he doubled up, and then he had a very interesting hand where he got it in with King Jack against Ace Jack, and the flop was King King.
Yeah.
So doubled up again.
Yeah, I remember Billy and Tony both looked like they'd been shot in the arm when that came out because I felt like they were reliving their own bad beats over the past. But to be fair, I know they're listening and you've dealt out your own share of bad beats, boys, so no whinging here. No sympathy from the commentary team. If you're looking for leading broker advice, please log on and check out our partners, Pepperstone, their #1 trading partner. And they're really great supporters of the Aussie Millions.
Ricky's been a little quieter recently. He was chip leader on this table by quite a margin earlier, and he was very aggressive and using his stack very well for a while there. Was clipped a little bit, and he's just been a bit quieter ever since. So just recomposing himself and not letting the moment get to him.
Yeah. Lost a big hand to Hugh, I think, and changed the dynamic. It happens so quickly. The dynamic changes and the momentum shifts. Michael Kanaan, the short stack with just over 21 big blinds. Pressure mounting with every hand. each bust, getting you closer to the final table.
It's interesting because the average stack is, around about 50 big blind. That's certainly pretty substantial still. We're not playing, it's not like we're in a shootout or anything. We've seen a lot of big pots. We've seen a momentum swing significantly throughout covering this feature table. So not scared to play.
No, they've been really fearless in their approach with their hands, you can tell, with some of the way they've played. We saw that on the bubble as well. We were quite surprised at some of the short stacks hanging on, but it was, like you said earlier, it wasn't a short stack that was the bubble boy. It was Joshua McSweeney with a re-raise of Jack King versus Jax. Jackson Young calling and holding to the celebrations of the gallery who made the money at the top 96 players, but unfortunately there's always one that becomes the bubble boy. So there's a raise here by Ricky Vickers to 100,000. Scott Stewart calls out of the big blind for 50,000. 2 to the flop. Flop is ace 10-4 rainbow, and it's action checked to Ricky. And he's going to bet. He's got position. Players use their position as good as anyone. For those of you who are querying delay and technical stuff, it's not unusual to be facing broadcast technical issues. What the challenge remains always with live broadcast especially is when it's a technical issue and it's on the feature table, for example, you cannot just interrupt play to do that. So you must delay the coverage or wait for a break or break in play, because you cannot, under any circumstance, disrupt the integrity of the tournament. So the tournament comes first, which is actually a compliment to Crown and the Aussie Millions, of the way they protect these players, these structures, and the way this game is played here. It's probably one of the safest tournament environments you'll ever see. But unfortunately, what we have to do as a broadcaster is wait for our moments until they're resolved. So if you're experiencing those delays with us, we thank you for your patience. The dinner break is coming up very shortly, so we're only about an hour away, I believe.
A little over an hour. So at the next time the players have a break, it's in about an hour and 15, will be the dinner break, and that will be a 45-minute break.
Funny old stat. I always used to talk to Danny, and he'd always say after dinner we'll lose a couple of players. Must have been carbs. Carbs. We always used to talk about carbs being the issue, or heavy meals and what you'd eat. I used to often talk to Joe about that. Some of the players very disciplined in what they'll have for dinner. Ricky Vickers raising to 100 again, so he's becoming a bit more active. Once more, Dejan, also an aggressive player, has called out of the big blind, and the flop comes ace 10-7 rainbow. Action on Dejan. He checks over to Ricky. Reaches for chips. 275 in the middle. And before he does that, Dejan mucks. So he takes it down.
Of course, the structure here in this Aussie Millions main event dictates that when play hit 36 players, it became six-handed. So we had 6 tables of 6. It remains six-handed all the way through from now. Because we have 19 players at the moment is why you're seeing 5 players on this table. We're waiting for one more player to bust before we, I believe we redraw actually on 3 tables.
Actually, I was honoured as we were walking through the break for Danny to ask me to pull the redraw. So I shuffled the cards and closed my eyes doing so, and then we got the cards ready for the redraw. So that's part of the constant rebalance that tournament directors have to keep their eye on. And Danny's probably the best in the world at doing that. He's forever making sure the tournament runs like a Swiss watch.
Of course, that's why Danny's on the big bucks, of course.
That's why we can't get him on the webcast either. He's very elusive.
We may see if we can get him on briefly tomorrow when the final table is on. He might actually be able to stop. I mean, he's been pacing the room non-stop for 2 weeks.
Only 2 weeks, yeah.
I wonder what his step count is for the entire series.
I saw it. So he was an average, I think, for a few days of about 27,000 steps. But I never figured out whether he was running on those days. So can you believe there was upside in those numbers?
Yep.
A raise from Michael Kanan to 100,000 with a weak ace. Hugh Nguyen has called out of the big blind to defend with Jack 8 off suit, and Michael struck an ace and taken the lead in the hand. Action on Hugh, checks, and over to Michael. I'd imagine this will be a bet fold situation.
Thinking. Not,
yeah, he doesn't look very... either he does, he's not convinced by that hand.
He may just be a non-believer.
Like. Yeah. Why are poker players so sceptical?
Look, I was a non-believer in one of the side events, Paul, and
look at this, Ben.
Didn't last long after that. Well, that's representing, putting the pressure on. Interesting too, because you know, Michael does have the ace, but it's not a strong ace.
And a quick call there from Michael Canaan. So Hugh Nguyen was put himself into a little bit of pressure here. The turn of 6 of diamonds. Now you've turned you weren't under any pressure, and suddenly you raise because you were sceptical, but now the pressure's back on you.
So does he continue the story, or does he just shut it down?
$500,000 in the middle.
It's interesting how quickly Michael called there.
Yeah.
He didn't hesitate. That may be enough to scare Nguyen off.
Asking for a chip count.
I should say.
Looks like he's going to continue with the story, Ben. Let's see what the bet is. The pot's 525. Wow, 300,000 over to Michael.
I mean, it certainly puts the pressure on Michael, given his stack size. That's you know, that's 30% of Michael's stack.
And he's calling, so
calls really quickly.
Yeah, very resilient. The river, a king of spades, and this is a real test for Hugh Nguyen. Now, can he triple barrel?
Because it really doesn't change anything. It's not really a scare card at all for anybody. So
what a position he's put himself in here by...
Yeah, if Michael thinks he was ahead before, there's no reason for him to think that he isn't now.
What a tough spot for Hugh Nguyen that he's put himself in this. He's chosen to take this line with his hand. He didn't have to do that. Could have folded at the flop. But he hasn't. He's tried to take the hand away from Michael, and Michael's called 2 barrels. You've got to ask, will he do it again?
Yeah, he's given up.
Check. He's given up, and you will see now. Hugh will take a look, and he loses a significant pot there. 1.1 million in chips. That's a really nice pot for Michael Canaan.
Very nice, back up to 1.6. Still below the average stack, Michael, but you know, chipping up very, very nicely there. He'll be happy with that. Called very quickly, both the flop and the turn.
Yeah, so really showing no fear in the face of the pressure as 19 players remain as we work our way down the path tonight to a final table of 7. Tomorrow we come back and we play the final table of the 2026 Aussie Millions until we crown a champion. Hard to believe. 6 long years we waited for this tournament to come back. Thank you to the team at Crown for bringing it back. We've had record numbers coming back. I believe the anticipation of this tournament was always that we would see the appetite come home, but the truth is many, many players were so happy, and the appetite is there, and then some.
Even the 2.5K deep freeze, which started yesterday, is continuing now. 399 entries. There are around about 50 remaining when I checked, just over 50 remaining when I checked a little while ago.
Yeah, right.
So that's going well, and the 5K PLO is on at the moment.
Yeah.
A little over 120 runners, I believe, down to 90 odd. So
Stewart raising it up to 100,000 now with 1.6 million. Can start to impose himself a little bit. We've really only seen Scott in today's feature table with not much chips. And for the first time, he's now got them and he can start putting pressure on other players. But Ricky here in the big blind, calling with just a little bit more in his stack at 2.1 million. And the flop. Jack, 6-3, 2 spades. Action will be on Ricky. Checks over to Scott. Reaches for chips. 275 in the middle.
6-7, bet 75.
75,000. Over to Ricky. Is he jumping in? Now he's going to let it go, pot 350, so a nice takedown there from Scott. He moves up to, well, there's your aggression frequency. You can see Dejan, of course, and Ricky sit on top of that board, but everyone there's got a little bit of a piece of it. There aren't any quiet players at this table. They're almost sharing that around as a stat. Table momentum, table captaincy is often a discussed topic, but it also shifts. You know, there's always a momentum shift.
Well, we saw when we covered the 25k final table the other day, of course, the chip leader coming to that event was Kei Tanaka, the Japanese actor, who, by the way, blew up the stream with the comments from the Japanese fans.
Yeah.
Very good to have a celebrity on the stream. However, yeah, I think we saw as that final table progressed against a number of very high-quality players, that Kay became less and less active as the good players started to get more aggressive. So,
and as Van correctly pointed out, the players spotted it and started to capitalise on it. Right?
You know, Andy Lee, who won that tournament, certainly spotted it very early and went to work. But as you say, like, the interesting thing on this final table is that everybody is quite active. They're all keen to get involved, very confident in their ability to play post-flop.
And we're really seeing that. Like, we're really seeing an even level of playing skill from this tournament field, especially at this feature table. And I guess the top 19 players here now, you know, you're going to expect the best. Here's another raise from here and win to 100,000.
There's an action flop for you.
That is they call that a wet board. For those at home, when you're assessing the different kinds of flops, we could always put a chat question out, or a question to our viewers. How many different kinds of flops are there? It's an interesting question once raised to me, and I was quite surprised by the answer. So Michael Kanan checks. Hugh Wynn will fire some chips in. Makes it 115 over to Michael now. A lot of hand ranges hit this board. Anyone at home know how many flops there are? Different kinds of flops. Helps you categorise them.
6 raises.
Wow, it looks like a raise. So 375 is the bet. And Hugh Wynn quickly folds. So nice play there from Michael Kanar. Moves up to 1.85 million. Just ahead of Scott Stewart at 1.845 million. And Dejan still sits atop.
So we're still one more bust out away from a redraw to the final 3 tables. And, you know, what a special moment for all of these players, even for the experience and the past achievements that many of these players boast. Still to make the final 3 tables of you know, the Aussie Millions must be a pretty special feeling.
And for some, you know, for lots of players, this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime moment. You know, some players, sadly and happily, this might be the best run they've ever put together. And that is both fantastic and sad when you're not on the final table. So the next 12 busts will no doubt be heartbroken that they were within arm's reach. But then one day when the pain subsides, you will reflect on this very, very classy run from all of these players who've really ridden their bumps and taken some beats and probably taken some luck as well. No doubt. You need both.
The room's almost in like it's in a waiting...
It is. Holding pattern.
Holding pattern.
Absolutely it is. Yeah. This is not unusual at this time for the room to almost tighten up with the players, because the staff all know how much is at stake. So nobody wants to really breathe in the wrong direction. They all have a mutual respect for what's going on around them. It's just magnificent to see. Ricky raising it up to 100k. Folds around to Scott Stewart. Doesn't like his hand. Lets it go. So he takes it down. Dejan sits on top with 3.2. Hugh Nguyen 2.4. And Scott Stewart nice and healthy at 1.7 and 35 big blinds. So 19 players still remain. We can see all the tables from where our broadcast position is. At the end of this level, the players will go on a 45-minute break. And we will cover all the way through to a final table.
Yeah, just repeating, Paul, we're playing down to a final table of 7. The 7 players will return tomorrow. Each of those will be guaranteed $211,000. Every player in the top 7 over $200,000. But playing for that $1.67 million first prize, and a pretty handy second prize of $1 million as well.
Not many prize payouts that big on this side of the world for many things.
No.
Scott Stewart electing to limp the small blind, but Dejan's having none of that. You want to come into the water, my friend. You got to love the gamesmanship. He calls. Suddenly a limped pot becomes a raise and a call, and now the pot's 370 before we begin. Love the small blind, big blind stories. Very hard to tell. Not a lot of credit goes to the hands given. Flop comes king 9-5, 2 spades. Action on Scott, who quickly checks. Now to the pre-flop aggressor, Dejan. Counting out some chips. Bets and throws his hands in a prayer-like motion, and
115,000.
And he's going to take it down. So Scott quickly folds. He folded so quickly we didn't even pick it up. So Scott now slipping just to 1.58 million. Dejan hits the top. Hugh Nguyen with 2.4. There he chip counts at the top of the screen. Michael Kanan, a healthy 1.8. Ricky Vikas, around 2.2. Question again from the RFI. Yes, so like Ben said, we've encountered some challenges with the technology over the last few days with both the stream and the RFI. These are very normal challenges that you face in a webcast, but the only issue is that because the tournament needs to continue, there are only small windows of opportunity to rectify and correct. So we're working at those issues in the background, and then when the players break, our technical team dive in and try and solve it as quickly as possible, and that is a very normal thing in all broadcasts at this level and complexity. It just goes on in the background. So thank you for your support. The RFI team are working on it. See if we can get it back up and running during the break.
And I've got to, I think a lot of credit has to go to Matty Marshall and Craig Abernethy, who haven't really slept much in the past 24 hours just trying to resolve the issues.
Yeah.
And it's just has been one of those things where it's when it rains, it pours a little bit, but there's a. We're very hopeful that we'll get that back up.
Don't you love the public so understanding with us? They just had a break, and there's no sympathy for the wicked. So
How dare they have another break?
Listen,
one break a day.
The truth is,
play till you drop.
You want them exhausted when they're playing for 1.6 million. To be fair, guys, I agree. You want to run them as hard as you can, but the rules say we give them regular breaks because as the days go long, it's harder. We want our best poker at the end. So there is a dinner break coming up. Yes, they have their regular breaks, but today we play down to 7.
Actually, with the we've got 90-minute levels, so the players are getting generally a 15-minute break every 90 minutes. So it's not too taxing when you've got such regular breaks. Pretty common to have a break after 2 hours in a lot of events, but with the 90-minute levels, it makes sense to have a break every 90 minutes. So yeah, I think the players should be feeling reasonably well. I had a chat to Andrew Hinrichsen earlier on a break. Said he was feeling a little bit tired today. It's he's in day 4 now, so long days, but not too bad, he said.
Funny how the big prize pool gives you a bit of a pep. It's not being too cynical. Scott Stewart raising it up to 100k. 3 in the pot here. Flop comes 10, deuce 7 with 2 diamonds. Ricky checks. Scott checks. Dejan on the button. We'll put some chips in. You heard the dealer, 125,000. Quick fold from Ricky and Scott. So another double fist pump that time from Dejan. So getting the blood pumping. He's back up to 3.695 million. Scott with 1.48, although Scott's had a lot less and done well with it. So that's a monster stack in his hands. Michael Canard, 1.8. Really, really interesting feature table today. We've survived some incredible beats, some really good coin flops, and most importantly, Tony Hashem and Billy the Croc.
Yep, we have.
In our most entertaining, in a car with no brakes, swerving kind of segment. Some comedy, some analysis, but most of all, some really good guys who've seen so much poker over the years and got so many stories.
Yeah, there's very few people who have been around the traps as much as those two.
19 still remain. The 2026 Aussie Millions, thanks to CrownBet. Action. You are watching the feature table. We are close to a rebalance of tables.
Raise 100. Seat 3 raises 100,000.
There's a raise here from Hugh with 9-7 of diamonds. Folds around to Michael Canaan. These two have gone at it a couple of times of recent hands. Will defend his big blind with a weak ace. Let's see what flop we get this time. Flop 4-2-5. Oh my goodness, Michael Canaan has flopped the wheel just like that.
It's nice to be Michael Canaan.
A quick and subtle check.
Well, we saw Hugh try to push Michael out of a pot not so long ago.
Thank you, Ben. Took the words out of my mouth. There is history here.
Yeah, well, and then not long after we saw Michael check raise. So it'll be interesting to see whether he tries again.
Wow, what a turn card. So still the wheel with Michael Canaan, but a flush draw with Hugh now.
Yeah, there's a lot of jeopardy now, and the 6 or the diamond would give
Oh, my goodness. Why don't we try for the 6 of diamonds?
75,000.
That's a bet. 75,000. Over to Michael with the wheel. Lower end. Makes the call. Very careful. The river, a red queen, but a queen of hearts. So now Michael with the wheel checks. Over to Hugh, who's got a missed flush draw. Does he take a stab here? He's most certainly going to get called. Pot's 425. Hugh's got to figure out how much he's going to bet to try and scare Michael. But Michael has been in this position, Ben, and he has shown quick calls. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm pretty sure that's what Hugh's thinking right now. So he checks.
Yeah, you
might
would
have been reading my thoughts there.
I think you would have had to have bet pretty big to put Michael to a real test.
Yeah. To be fair, Hugh's change direction there was correct because he knew. I feel like Hugh knew that he was going to get called anyway if he bluffs.
Well, we saw Michael a few hands ago call very quickly with ace-3 actually, with the exact same hand.
When he double-barreled, right? Yeah,
That's right.
Absolutely.
So I think Hugh's starting to realise it's not easy to get rid of Michael.
So this is the amount of times those players have actually shown their cards at Showdown. Dejan with 0%, which means that you don't often get to see Dejan's cards. It's a sign of a good player when they can conceal the information, because players are always about information. They're like Terminators. They're always looking around what you're drinking, what you had for breakfast, what hands you played, to decide hand ranges, and the less you give away, the less you can give the advantage to other players who are watching. That is the way of it behaviourally, but more importantly with these players who are so advanced, it's the information in the hand. So it is an advantage to you as a player to not give that information away for those at home who one day aspire to win an Aussie Millions. It's not something you can consciously do very easily, but I think the better players know how to conceal.
raises to 100,000.
A raise from Ricky. Round to Michael, who is taking a second. Both with very similar chip stacks. It's going to raise it up. Michael's in the small blind, so out of position. Ricky raising the button here. 3 bets, it's a 350 around to Scott. Going to get out of the way. As does Ricky. So Michael Kanan's going to take it down. Moves up to 2.25 million. And Dejan sits atop with 3.6. Scott Stewart at 1.3. We are five-handed, and we are not far away from a table rebalance. As soon as we lose one more player, these tables will be rebalanced to six-handed because we'll only have 18 players, and then we play down to 7. Once we get to 7, we pack up the chips and we come home tomorrow. And tomorrow we crown a champion at the 2026 Aussie Millions main event. 770 players began, and we are now down to 19. It's really intense what you're watching. So much pressure. One simple mistake could be fatal. One bit of luck could change your fate very quickly. There's your chip count accurately. Blinds are 25 and 50,000, so you can't just sit there and fold your way there. That's what blinds are. They're forced bets to keep you going.
Of course, with 19 players left, the next pay jump is when we lose our 18th player, and it's a $12,000 pay jump, also starting to become significant.
And as I'm just wondering, Ben, did we see whether the Bombers won?
No, I think they got smashed ball in the end.
No,
so
it was a 3-point game with 2 minutes to go, I think.
Would you
Can
like
we
me
check
to,
that?
would you like me to check
Yes,
for you?
absolutely. We're not often that close. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, players, now we're down to
I'm going to assume that it's going to be disappointing for you, Paul.
I've already assumed that. I just want to know whether it was an honourable loss. I can assume it was an honourable loss.
Yeah.
So Danny's
not as honourable as you might have hoped.
Okay, so they came away from it, did they?
You lost by 14.
That's honourable. You're digging the boots in there a little.
So Dean Boscovich is the chip leader at the feature table at the moment, 3.7 million just about. Dean, for those who weren't listening earlier, was involved in a very interesting hand early in the day where he bet very big in a massive pot on the river as a bluff against Jackson Young, our fellow commentator here. And after using up 4 time banks, Jackson eventually folded. Dean turned over 4-5 for the busted open-ender. Very relieved man. But he picked up a pretty good chunk of chips in that hand, and he's carried that momentum through to be one of our chip leaders here in the tournament now. But I think he got a little bit quiet, a little bit carded at the final table. So you saw him at the feature table. So you saw him cheering a couple of pots earlier when he took them down.
I'm just being told, Ben, that's what all the commotion is in the background is because we're at 19 players. They're being informed by Danny for those at home. So once we lose the next player, and that could be on this feature table or the others, we will stop for 10 minutes as they rebalance those tables. So we will have a short break in coverage. Then they will rebalance those tables. Then we will put our feature table back up. We will begin our broadcast again just before the dinner break. So you might see, to those people who think they shouldn't get too many breaks, a couple of breaks coming.
Yeah. How dare they? How dare they have so many breaks?
I'd be more worried about what dinner I'm going to have and to make sure I didn't come back tired. So Dejan raises it up to 100 grand. Ricky Vikas in the big blind is going to defend and call. The flop comes King, King, 4. And it is checked to the aggressor. Dejan on the button.
Nice little flush draw there for Ricky.
And across to Dejan, betting 55,000, but this time Ricky's coming in. Makes the call. Turn, 10 of spades. This gets interesting. Nearly up to 400,000. Remember, one more player, we stop for 10 minutes. Break in the coverage, rebalance the tables, might be a little bit longer, and then we come back with a feature, and then it's dinner. But tonight we run to 7. It's going to be a solid night of great poker with a lot of pressure. The bet is this time 140,000. So Ricky now, will it be a check call again? 3 spades, 2 kings. 25.50 blinds. Reaching for chips once more. Going to make the call. Pot 665, the river and ace of clubs. So now action is on Ricky, who checks. Dejan, will he fire a third time?
He has shown his ability to be very aggressive.
You only need to ask Jackson Young about that when we get him back on the coverage. No
And
doubt.
he does that again. He fires out a big bet there.
And is that a quick call?
Quick call by Ricky with the flush.
And look at this. My goodness. Ricky's going to take it down. Yeah. So Dejan spilling some chips there. Ricky playing that a little bit defensive and taking it down. 2.69 million moving up to close the gap between him and Dejan, who slips to 3.1. 19 players remain. We are very close to a three-table rebalance, at which case we will pause for a short break and then come back for a longer break at dinner. And then we play down to 7. Going to be a really interesting night because those payouts are really significant, especially when you start to get to sort of 10th and 11th. You're now over, everything over 10th and 11th is 100 grand plus. But imagine when you start to get to third, when it's 600, a lazy 635,000 plus. Million for second, 1.6 million for first. Scott Stewart raising it up to 100k. Hugh gets out of the way, as does Ricky. Michael Kanan. Looking for chips. In the big blind, he's going to defend. We've seen so much defending of the big blind. Good players loving the fact that they can conceal their hands. Flop, 7, 8, 10. Interesting flop. 2 clubs, very connected board. Action on Michael. Checks over to Scott Stewart.
Very good board for the big blind there, for the player that calls.
And he checks behind. We go to the turn. A 6 of diamonds.
Would be a good spot here for Michael to show some strength, put some pressure. Makes it very difficult for Scott to put him on an exact hand, but it's certainly in Michael's range, that board.
Michael going to fire out here. Just wait for the graphic. The bet is, and a quick fold. So Michael Kanan takes it down, moves up to 2.3 million. Scott Stewart, short stack with 1.3. Dejan Boskovich, 3.1. One player away from a table rebalance. And 12 players away from a final table at the Aussie Millions 2026. It is back after 6 long years, and this is the final and biggest field and the biggest first prize on the calendar. We've seen the 2.5K, we've seen the 5K, the freeze outs, the PLOs, the whole raft of series of the 25K tournament, and now finally the main event, the big one, the one that all players around the country and the world aspire to win and dream to win. Dean Boskovich, our chip leader on this feature table, raising it up to 100. Ricky Vikas, been very active lately, climbing back up. When I say back up, started with about 3-4 million, then he lost a flip and got down to about 1.5, is now back up to 2.7, and we're seeing a bit more of the Ricky that we know.
300,000. 6 and 7 folds, seat 1 fold.
3 bets to 300,000, and it's a quick fold from Dejan, so Ricky takes it down. 770 players began, 19 players remain. VPIP, an important stat, aggression, equated with aggression, voluntarily putting your chips in the middle. You can see Dejan's uber aggressive. Frankie Bianco might come for a visit. What do you know? I think he's going to steal Ben Blaschke's microphone. Now, the interesting thing about Frankie, who's kind of almost a celebrity here, Frankie Bianco. Now, let's just park your celebrity status for a second.
Okay.
Let's talk about your experience as a tournament, you know, TD, sort of person on the floor. You're at 19 players now. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the top right-hand corner of the screen suggests we've now lost a player, and we are about to go through a table rebalance. So, ladies and gentlemen, it might be time. You can see the dealers coming out now and they're asking the players to put their chips in the middle now. We're ready for a table rebalance. So it is now time for a short break here at the Aussie Millions. While we rebalance to 3 tables, we will be back shortly. The next time you see us on this broadcast within 10-15 minutes, we're going to have a new feature table and we are going to have 18 players. We play down to 7. That will be the final table of the Aussie Millions. So Frankie Bianco.
I'll keep talking, Paul, if you want.
You can, yes, I believe that, and that's a problem for us. Frankie, can you join us after the break when we come back to the feature table? Because we really want to hear what's been going on the floor, and we know you're closest to it. We'll be back very shortly.
Okay. That is the moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Excitement and tension is building as Day 1A of the main event is officially in the books. A total of 200 players either paid up the 10.6k buy-in or found their way in via satellite with 136 advanced Day 2. Leading the charge, NBA star Josh Giddey, 168k. Aussie legend Joe Hasham, 131k. Meanwhile, the 25k challenge has been absolute box office. With just under 100 entries, it's Japan's own Kei Tanaka, yes, the actor, who's still in the show, bagging a massive 8.5 million chip lead heading into Day 3. There's still a stacked field chasing him down, so this one is far from over. Shout out time. Huge congrats to Libby Thompson, who took down the 2.5k 8-game event, outlasting. The 2026 Aussie Millions kicked off with an absolute bang at our charity poker event. Legends providing GP care to some of the most vulnerable people on our streets. The room was stacked. Poker royalty Joe Hasham, AFL greats and Crown Resorts executives all in the mix. And taking down the title, Andrew Bassett, St Kilda Footy Club president, crowned 2026 Aussie Millions Celebrity Event Champion.
Thank you, Danny. Good luck, guys. Shuffle up and deal.
Today we officially launched a series with a $1,500 no-limit hold'em opening event, expecting 1,000 runners and backed by a $1 million guaranteed prize pool. Dan, what do you think of the opening event?
Fantastic. We have, I think we have over 200 runners, and it's a new poker room, so looking forward to getting in there.
I'm with Troy here, one of our tournament directors here at Crown. Troy, how's Day 1 going?
Look, it's going really good so far. Still got 5 hours left of registration. Already got 224 players. Expecting quite a few more today, and then even bigger tomorrow.
Super. Satellites are firing all day. There are plenty of ways to book your seat in the side events and the main. And for everyone asking, yes, the hats are here. Swing by the Aussie Millions merch booth next to registration for hats and heaps of other slick merch. Plenty of satellites, plenty of shots, plenty of poker. We'll see you tomorrow for opening event Flight 2 and Event 2 Horse. Let's go. That is the moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Today on Anzac Day, we remember those who served and those who gave their lives. We honour their courage, sacrifice and spirit, lest we forget. Aussie Millions 2026 officially underway, and what a start!
Hello, welcome back to Aussie Millions 2026.
Welcome back, Aussie Millions.
Aussie Millions is back, baby.
Opening event Day 1A pulled in a massive 406 entries, with 56 players bagging chips after a full day of fireworks. Leading the charge is Zin Lee, sitting pretty with a monster 810k stack, with James St Marcus hot on the heels on 671k. followed by John Chu, 604k, and Jason Wang on 563. All putting themselves in prime position heading into day 2. Frankie B here in the Players Lounge, sponsored by Pepperstone Trading with David Gore, 2011 main event winner. David, what are your chances this year?
I think they're good. As good as anyone else.
Good luck, Dave. Hope you do well, mate.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
It's great. It's great that Aussie Millions is back. Finally get to deal the horse again, which is just incredible. It's a great challenge, and good luck to all the players.
The action keeps rolling today with event 2, Horse, kicking off at 2:10 p.m, including a main event rebuy satellite tonight at 9:10 p.m. Every day during Aussie Millions, Royal Stacks available. Order online. See Zach. $20 for the burgers, $5 for the shake. Good. Big fields, big stacks, big chances. See you on the floor. Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Day 3, one word, record-breaking numbers.
Frankie, that's 2 words.
Day 3 of the 2026 Aussie Millions at Crown Melbourne delivered a massive day of poker action. Flight 1B attracted a huge field of 589 entries, officially pushing the tournament past the 1 million guarantee. By the end of the play, 86 players successfully bagged chips and advanced. Sitting atop the leaderboard is Subramanyam Vanapathy, who dominated the field to close the day with an impressive 930k stack, positioning themselves well heading into the next stage. Over the 2.5k horse event, a record 64 players took part, with 18 players returning today. Sasha Mann leads the way, but the pressure is on, with 2 Aussie Millions ambassadors still in the hunt, Joe Hasham and Van Marcus, both chasing the title. With 9 players reaching the money and a strong 43k first prize awaiting the winner, the stage is set for an exciting finish. I'm with Mixed Game Academy's Shannon Vandenberg, Director of Poker and Director of Tournaments. I'd like to thank you for your contribution that you brought to the horse game, and we've got a record field this year. What do you think about the Aussie Millions after a 6-year hiatus?
Mate, it has been 6 years, been a long time. And the numbers that you guys are producing, this opening event is nuts. The experience in the last couple of days, given that you guys haven't been doing this that often, deal has been fantastic, the TDs have been great, and obviously I sit back and I'm looking back. I do this stuff all the time. A couple of tweaks, I loved it. So yeah, had a great time. Deals are fantastic, TDs are great, everybody's friendly, and the community of the mixed game players is just great.
Well, good luck in the 8 game next week.
Thank you, man.
Fresh off an overseas flight, poker's ultimate grinder, multi-bracelet winner, and serial champion Michael Mizraki has arrived ready to make his mark once again. What do you think of Australia so far in Melbourne?
Well, I just got here. You know, it's a long haul to get here. It took about 18 hours of flying, a little jet lag. So my first buy-in, I didn't play so well. I was a little too tired, but I was like, I'm gonna come back in and win it. I'm gonna play really strong later. But I love it here. It's amazing. The venue, they treat you. I mean, best people in the world. I love the Crown. I'm Aussie Millions. It's been a while since we had it, and I'm glad to be here and be the face of it.
And you're going to have dinner now?
Going to have dinner now, freshen up a little bit. I was trying to take a nap, but it's not going to look good for the nap. But hopefully the dinner doesn't put me back to sleep. But and after that, I'll come back, play the horse, and crush him.
We love having you, mate.
Thanks,
Good luck,
man.
eh?
Thanks
All
for
the
having me.
best.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, guys.
Feeling a little sore? Call over the guys from Best Hands Massage. At $2.50 a minute, you'll feel $1 million in no time. Women's buzzing, cards are in the air. We'll see you on the tables tomorrow. Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Frankie B here, and what a day! Another record-smashing Aussie Millions 2026, and the energy in the room is absolutely electric. This series is not just delivering, it's erupting. We have officially crowned our first Aussie Millions 2026 champion, and it's a big one. Sasha Mann stands tall after going the distance at Event 2 Horse, logging up the title at $43,200 in prize money. Second place, the ever dangerous Gary Benson. Third place, none other than our own 2026 Aussie Millions ambassador Van Marcus. Pure class, pure experience. I'm here with Sasha Mann, winner of Event 2 Horse. Congratulations on your win, Sasha.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, and just coming off the back of a big win over in Europe.
So it was my third time Irish Open. From the first time I managed to get a trophy there, and it was also in a horse tournament. So I had a mission. And
Nice
now
one.
I did it.
Wearing
Two in
the
a row.
same hat? Were you wearing the same hat?
Yeah, I'm wearing the same hat, actually. Yeah, if you look at the pictures of the Irish Open, that's now going to be my lucky hat forever.
And your chip leader coming into today?
I had a bit, I had a good run tilt, I call it. I gave away some chips early, and I had to, reset myself, and then, it went pretty well. I hit some good boards, and people didn't believe me, so here we are.
Excellent. So we've had a German take out first event, event 2 in a horse. Congratulations again, Sasha.
Thank you very much, Frank.
I'm here with Van Marcus, 2026 Aussie Ambassador. Just played event 2 horse and came third. How do you feel, Van?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, it was good. It's a good start to the series. Obviously, I wanted the trophy, but the prize money is nice. I played with a lot of great players, and it's a good start.
Saving yourself for the big one, right? The main event?
Yes, done. Thank you.
Good. What a way to kick things off. Legends on the podium and the first trophy awarded. And then event 1 went absolutely nuts. The final 2 fights came in red hot, taking the total number of entries to 2,144. The 1 million guarantee absolutely annihilated, with the final prize pool a monster 2.787 million. 355 players returned to battle. 268 players will cash, but only one will win it all. Minimum cash is 2,800. Up top, an absolutely eye-watering 438k. Leading the charge into day 2 of event 1 is Joe Sandev, sitting atop the leaderboard as chip leader with a towering 990k stack. The target is on his back, but he's got the ammo. Today we've also got the top crushers battling it out for the 5k 6 max. Swing by the merch booth and grab an Aussie Million stubby holder. 7 different styles and only $10. Buckle up, because this is only just getting started. Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Just when you thought the 2026 Aussie Millions couldn't get any bigger, we're breaking records all over again. Momentum is absolutely electric. Event 1 has reached a point where legacies are made. We're down to the final 20 players, and it's Spencer Davies setting the pace with a dominant 11.2 million in chips, putting himself in prime position as we head towards the finish line. And from here on out, every decision, every pot, and every hand truly matters. All remaining players have now locked up 16,500, but let's be clear, that's not the goal. Sitting at the very top is a massive 438.5k first prize, and the action doesn't stop there. Event 3, the 5k 6 max, is officially a beast, already boasting a $1 million prize pool, stacked with elite talent and fast-paced poker at its finest. Today also marks the start of Event 4, the always wild Mystery Bounty, where every knockout could be huge and no stack is ever safe. Plus, Event 5, the Hyper Turbo No Limit Hold'em is kicking off. Pure speed, pure intensity, no room to breathe. What are women bringing to the poker table these days?
I think women want to be seen as just poker players, not women poker players sort of thing. So I think, it takes a lot of guts as a girl to step up into a room or even just a table full of men. It's quite intimidating. So if you see ladies out there, trying, just try to be nice.
Yeah,
most
treat them the same.
Yeah, most gentlemen are beautiful out there. I've never had any issues. I love all the poker boys. I've got so many great friends. But girls are generally a little bit scared. Yeah,
Good on you, Tatiana.
So,
enjoy the event. I love it.
Nice to meet
You too. I'm here with my friend Kate. After a 6-year hiatus, Aussie Millions is back. What do you think, Kate?
I'm loving it. I think it should be here more often, and we need to get more women involved in poker. I love the game. I love how exciting it is. I love how Crown's brought it back, and we're going to have a great tournament. We want you all here.
Excellent. And Jennifer Tilly came years ago.
I love her. She was one of the reasons why I got into poker. I love the way she plays. She's so stylish, and I love glam in poker. So, it brings a little bit of fun and excitement to the game. And yeah, I just think she's amazing. Yeah.
We're so glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Feeling thirsty? Grab a Peroni for $9.40 at the Lumiere Bar, right next to the poker room. Can't go wrong. Records are falling, pressure is rising. This is the Aussie Millions and day 4 is absolutely delivering. Don't miss a moment of the 2026 Aussie Millions. Follow all the action with our daily updates on X at Crown Poker, Crown Poker on Facebook, and catch the feature table live stream on YouTube at Crown Resorts. See you there. Frankie B here. It's your day 5 wrap from the 2026 Aussie Millions. Let's go! And we've got champions, chip leaders, and a whole lot still to play for. Event 1, the $1,500 no limit hold'em, done and dusted. It's Josh Deuce standing tall, taking down the title and a massive $438k payday. Huge result, huge moment. I'm here with Josh Deuce, winner of Event 1, $1 million guaranteed, $1,500 no limit hold'em. Josh, how do you feel?
Mate, incredible. It was, yeah, big 3 days, like one of the biggest fields I've ever played live. And yeah, it's just awesome, like first tournament in the Aussie Millions this year, and it's awesome that it's back. And yeah, it's just incredible run. Got really lucky, but yeah, it was amazing.
6-year hiatus, and you're our first event winner.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, it's insane. So I'm definitely excited for the rest of the series, but it's awesome to get a win in the first tournament.
Is this your biggest win?
Yeah, by far. Previous live biggest cash was like 40,000 Australian, so yeah, biggest win by far.
That's fantastic. And you're from the Gold Coast, yeah?
Gold Coast, yeah. But yeah, love coming to Melbourne. Like we come all the time for Formula One, the tennis and stuff like that. So it's awesome that the Aussie Millions is back, and yeah, look forward to it.
Now you played in 2018 in this same event.
Yeah.
Tell us that story.
Yeah, so I think it was one of the first, if not the first, Aussie Millions event I ever played, so 8 years ago. And yeah, got a cool photo with Shane Warne, obviously, yeah, an Australian hero. And yeah, it was kind of cool to win the same event that we played 8 years ago.
We've had record numbers here at the 2026 Aussie Millions. How's the experience been for you?
Look, it's been probably the best in Australia by far, and it's just amazing for Aussie Millions to come back. Like, big props to the whole staff at Crown, Danny, the whole crew. The dealers are amazing as well, even just chatting to them, talking about watches and stuff. So the dealers have been fantastic, and I think as a player, like, everyone really respects that, and the numbers don't lie. Like, you know, over 2,000 players just for the opening event. I think this is going to set the testament for, you know, what's to come for the Aussie Millions and Crown for the future. So I'm really excited to see what happens.
You beat 2,143 players for this title.
Yeah.
That's just awesome.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, looking forward to your vlogs every day.
You are rejoining coverage at the 2026 Aussie Millions main event. We are currently rebalancing tables from 18 players. So there you see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 770 players began this tournament and only 18 remain. What you're seeing now, we are waiting to bring our feature table up. Just a quick recap. A first prize of this tournament will mean $1.66 million first prize. 770 players began. A huge field here at the Aussie Millions, thanks to CrownBet. We will be back with our coverage very shortly, so just be patient with us, and then the next time you see us will be after the dinner break. So we are less than an hour away from starting up our coverage again, and then we take it all the way through to 7 players, a final table, when tomorrow we come back, we play that final table, and finally we can say after 6 long years we crown an Aussie Millions champion. We'll be back really soon. Stay with our coverage as we go all the way to a final table.
But as in, like, when you're dealing?
Yeah, when you're dealing, yeah, still talking to them, they're still putting it in, they just read the player's card. Thanks.
Progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.